Anyway, how is everybody doing? Apart from that little hiccup. Okay, everything looks all right now. Sorry about that, everybody. Man, you can't catch a break. Alright, so... Yeah, Decoy, I think we've all been there at one point or another. I know I can certainly relate. It was like that back when I was trying to get my hands on a backwards compatible PS3. Maudie, I'm glad to hear that. I hope it's not too hot down there in Upside Down Land. Hello, Caesar Cherrick, welcome. I'm glad you could make it. This actually is a little bit later than I normally like to start, Caesar. Normally I try to start at around 6 p.m. Central European time, because that's roughly the point in the day when I actually start to have some time to stream, but one thing or another always seems to happen that delays that. And in practice, I usually end up starting closer to 8 or 9. Sometimes even later. Yeah, we're trying to get a PS5, Decoy. It's funny how that seems to happen with so many of their consoles. Hello, Nate. Welcome. Let me see. Bear with me for just a moment, everyone. This is another downside of not being able to start as early as I want, is that I'm constantly rushing to settle in when I finally do sit down to stream. Alright, but I'm all set now, and... You know, D, I've been tempted for years to work something into the channel rules against that kind of joke, but my conscience always ends up giving me pause in the end. Alright, well, anyway, it's been a while since we last touched this game, and although I haven't actually streamed it, I haven't had time to sit down and properly stream this, I have been doing a little bit of catching up on fusion and optimization off camera. So, I've optimized the stats of the team that I'm currently using and brought them all up to par on level with Demi-Fiend. And most of this is done through fusion, or it can be done through fusion. But boosting of stats up to 40, you have to use a very specific kind of fusion with the Mitamas. And since I don't have a huge amount of Maca to work with here, that process was a little bit more time-consuming, since you have to go out of your way to either farm money, which I don't really have a good way of doing at this point in the game yet, or to recruit the individual ingredient demons yourself, and then mash them together until you get Mitamas. Or there's a compromise between the two where you fuse low-level or buy low-level elementals from the jewelry shop, and then you buy the elementals from the compendium and fuse them together to get the Mitamas, which ends up, oddly enough, being a lot cheaper than just buying the Mitamas from the compendium. Like, we can actually look at the price comparison here because I think it's interesting to note.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
So if, for example, you wanted to withdraw a, for example, an Ara Mitama from the compendium, it's 13,500 Maka, right? Whereas the ingredient demons for Ara Mitama, and let me actually just double check those against the fusion list here. Ara Mitama uses Earthis and Aquans. So if we then... Earthis is level 7, that's 3,900 Maka. Aquans is, I think, level 15? So that's 6,400. So it ends up being just over 10,000 Maka to buy the two ingredients for Ara Mitama, but it ends up being almost 14,000 to buy Ara Mitama itself. So you save about 4,000 Maka buying the two elements that go into creating Ara Mitama. So that's one possible compromise. Hey Haretsu, welcome! However, you spend no money at all if you just go out and recruit two demons from the same race. For example, two Jirai, two Yoma, two Wilder, or whatever, and then just fuse those two together to get an element, which then gives you an element for free. And if you do that a second time for another element, then you get a free Mitama, but you've had to put in the time.
All right.
So it all depends on how you want to go about it and how you're equipped and financed to go about it. But once you have the Mitamas, you can begin fusing them onto your demons. Hey Clockwork, welcome! And fusing a Mitama onto a demon will boost its stats. So, that's why I have all these demons that have 40 strength or vitality or magic. I haven't bothered with agility or luck, because agility and luck are, anyway, supposedly, I received a message from one of my viewers just a few minutes before the stream arguing against the conventional wisdom on agility and luck being worthless, so I have to investigate that a little bit further, which obviously I don't have time to do right now. But the conventional wisdom with agility and luck is that they're useless and you don't focus on them at all. Or in the case of agility, you don't focus on it any more than is necessary to avoid having an accuracy penalty. But just to give everybody a look at the team that we're working with right now, because I have done some work and updated them over the past week or so since the last time I streamed this game. So Haretsu, Ara Mitama is strength and agility. Kushi Mitama is vitality and agility. And then the other two, I don't remember which is... I think Nigi Mitama is magic and luck. And then Saki Mitama is agility and luck, I think. It's a shame there's no Mitama for magic and agility, because luck really is, it's a wasted stat. Yeah, Decoy, I know that. That's the conventional wisdom. And I've only just today heard an argument against it whose veracity I need to investigate. Haretsu, if you're going to be using Mitamas to max out a demon's stats, bear something in mind. Bear in mind that a Mitama can only double your demon's base stat. So if that stat is less than 20, you won't get a full 40 points out of it from Mitama fusion. What you'll have to do is either level that demon up and re-roll its level up till you get the stat you want to 20, and then use Mitamas to double it to 40, or farm lucky tickets at the shop, and then when you go and get your 10th lucky ticket, exchange it for either the medium or the white box, depending on which version of the game you're playing, and re-roll that, like save scum that, until you get an incense for the stat you want to boost. Decoy, it's 10k minus what you get back from selling the medicine back to the shop. So actually it's only about 5k per one stat point, because you spend 10,000 on the medicine, but then you sell the medicine back and you get about 5,000 Maka from selling it back. No problem, Haretsu. And actually, if you want to see what that process looks like, I can show you. I think we've got one lucky ticket. So basically what you do is you go to the shop.
Hello there.
And because I'm playing on hard mode, medicine is 300 Maka. But if you're playing on normal or merciful, it'll be 100 Maka. And I guess if you really wanted to expedite this, you could just temporarily set your game to normal. But I'm not going to do that because somebody will yell at me, and also I don't want to give the impression that I'm cutting corners. But normally medicine is 100 Maka, so you buy 10 of them, and basically the goal is that you want to spend exactly 1,000 Maka. Because for every 1,000 Maka you spend at the shop, and what we can do here is we can buy 2 disc charms.
That okay with you?
For 600, and a dismute for 450. So that'll put us
okay
50 over. That'll put us at 1,050 Maka. But then
Heyo.
when you leave,
A present
he'll
for
say, "Here, have a lucky ticket."
you. Got it.
And you basically leave the shop, and then you go back in 9 more times and do that. And when you get your 9th lucky ticket, you go back to the save room and save. Then you go to the shop and get 1 more lucky ticket. And on your way out, he'll offer you a choice between 3 different boxes. If you're playing the original version of the game, you're going to want to choose the medium box. If you're playing the remaster, you're going to want to choose the white box. And that will give you a chance to get 1 of each type of, or randomly 1 of the different types of stat boosting incense, or a Balm of Rising. And again, you just save scum that till you get the incense that you want, and then you go farm 10 more lucky tickets and do it again. It's really tedious, but it just highlights the fact that games of this generation, of this era, JRPGs in particular, were not designed with quality of life in mind. Particularly not Atlas games. Ideally, you would just spend 10,000 Maka at the shop all at once, and you'd get your 10 lucky tickets. But no, why would they design it that way? That would be convenient, and we can't have that. So then what you do, Haretsu, is, presuming you do this with medicine, you then, after you get your lucky ticket, you go back into the shop and sell all the medicine that you bought to get that lucky ticket, and you get back half of what you spent on it. And then you go back in and do it all over again, and basically it ends up being 5,000 Maka per incense by the time all is said and done. Hello, Corknut, welcome! Was, Marty, it still is, nothing's changed. It's still the same now that it was then. Alright, well, I think now we are ready to, we are ready to go to the... You know what, actually, I think we can do the third Kalpa of the Amala Labyrinth now. So why don't we get that out of the way? Oh, you know what? Even before we do that, I'm realizing I think I have... I think I have enough strength to go get the Gaia Magatama now, so let's go do that before I forget. Again. Yeah, just a bowl of soup. We've done that already, and I've spent pretty much all of the money from it. Which, unfortunately, is very easy to do when you're an obsessive min-maxer like I am. And, yeah, they sure do, Fetragon. They sure do. That's why I've got a couple of uninterruptible power supplies connected to all of my, my computer and console equipment. And yeah, Quasar, Yoshida has done an exemplary job, just a fantastic job heading up that team. And I'm glad Square Enix has finally decided to start listening to him. Well, Haretsu, everything in this game is overpriced on hard mode, although I think I remember testing it, and I believe the compendium's prices are the same no matter what difficulty you're playing on. Well, Haretsu, that's why I don't use the Grimoires to level demons up any higher than Demi-Fiend. Because I'm sticking to the game's rules, which is why everybody is level 42. And, Haretsu, if you use Sacrificial Fusion to give your demon bonus experience, you can achieve this anyway without the Grimoires. You just can't level up your demon higher than Demi-Fiend with Sacrificial Fusion. And it just becomes a huge pain in the butt to calculate which sacrifice to use to get your demon to level up to exactly Demi-Fiend's level. So I don't see the Grimoires as being cheating or game-breaking unless you use them to out-level Demi-Fiend on your other demons, or to level up Demi-Fiend to ridiculous levels by himself. Actually, I think we're technically underleveled for the point in the game that we're at now, because I've been using Angel and Angel's Truffery ability to run away from battles in the Amala Labyrinth and pretty much everywhere, just because it's so tedious. Pretty sure you can, Haretsu, yeah. I think. I haven't tried, mind you, but I don't see why you couldn't. Matter of fact, let's test it. Yeah, you can. So I am now going to reload the previous save file and undo that. Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't let you, Haretsu. So we want to go to Ikebukuro. Yeah, Ader, you and every other horny teenager on the internet, right? I don't even know when that design for Angel came about, actually, now that you mention it, Ader. I don't think that was Angel's original design. I think in the very early SMT games, she had a totally different design, and it was Kaneko, I think, who was responsible for the BDSM version of Angel.
Welcome to the Cathedral
Oops, this is not the right place. Well, Haretsu, now you know. Oh, coasting by. I'm not saying I'm judging. I'm just making an observation. Yeah, actually, Decoy, since I know you know about this, if you want to post Angel's original design in chat, if you want to go ahead and link that, feel free. Okay, I think we want to go to the basement for this. There we go, Decoy. Yes, that's the one. Oh, and oddly enough, this looks like it is signed by Kaneko. Because the signature down by her foot says Kaz. Yep, okay. So we see the progression. She gradually lost more and more of her clothes. I guess that was what they thought they could get away with. Alright, so we want to take the right branch, because I believe it's that door at the very end. There we go. You force the door open. Get bent, door. And we get the Gaia Magatama, which actually contains one of Demi-Fiend's iconic moves. In fact, it contains the one that he uses on you when you fight him as the optional boss in Digital Devil Saga. Oh, okay, Decoy. Yeah, and then the version that was used in Nocturne is basically a slightly more censored, only slightly though, more censored version of this. I'm guessing somebody yelled at Kaneko about the fact that she's not wearing anything on the Down Under region, and probably made him add some stuff. Yeah, you know, these are basically modern interpretations of Renaissance angels, whereas some of the other SMT games use designs for the divine units that are much closer to their biblical descriptions, where they're just a floating mass of eyes and wings. It's interesting how so many of their designs change so drastically from game to game. Hey, Skewer! Well, yeah, exactly, bad guy. When they made that model 3D, especially since the compendium has a model viewer that lets you rotate models, I imagine that was probably something they had to consider. Not exactly, yeah. We were just talking about the evolution of Angel's design throughout the SMT series. This demon, or I say demon, it's the opposite of a demon technically. But as far as the game is concerned, they're just summonable units, and they're all just kind of collectively referred to as demons, regardless of their actual origin. In actual fact, most of them aren't demons at all. They're either angels or yokai or just unaffiliated spirits from one mythology or another. Hey, Captain Tuna, welcome. Hey, Pajama. Hey, Triumphing Glory. No, Decoy, I mean, in terms of investing the least possible effort into making that 2D design appropriate for a 3D model, it makes sense. Because the less you have to draw, the less time it requires, and theoretically, the less art budget, but also, the more true it allows it to stay to the original 2D design. Hello, Venetia! Yes, I've had a number of MREs over the years. I've had MREs from a number of different countries. Most of them were mediocre at best. But that's the nature of meals ready to eat, isn't it? No, Decoy, I was addressing Bad Guy. I wasn't refuting what you were saying. No, Mufa, probably not. The design of Demi-Fiend, like, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's not so much that they were trying to remove as many articles of clothing from him as possible to show his tattoos. I think it was more... Well, maybe it was that. Hey, Clef, welcome. And hello, Tatsumi. Welcome to you as well. I haven't seen you in a while. I think they took off his jacket because they wanted you to see what the Magatama transformation did to him. But I don't think they were so desperate to make you see that they were like, yeah, let's just take everything off. I can only really speculate. He was supposed to be a shaman? Oh, okay, Decoy. So these weren't originally just tattoos. These were sort of computer markings, or, pathways on a circuit board, almost. I don't care, Skjor. I am not going to be paying Nintendo anything until they change their attitude toward their community and content creators, which I don't see happening anytime soon. Yeah, Triumphing Glory, it's a huge pain. It's a massive, massive pain. However, if you're willing to put in the time, it does allow you to achieve crazy builds like this. Okay, Bad Guy, this is all stuff that I'm only peripherally aware of, so... I mean, I do too, D, I agree. They maybe could have done a little bit better for him than just having him walk around in shorts. And I feel like if they wanted to go for a shaman sort of aesthetic, they should have done something a little bit less contemporary, you know? Because shaman is about the last thing I think of when I look at this. Especially that doofy horn on his cervical vertebrae, like, that should have been on his forehead. Hey, Log! Yeah, Triumphing, if you're willing to spend the time save scumming a whole chain of skill mutations, you can get all sorts of goofy stuff before you fight Matador. Alright, and actually, there's Gaia. Really, I could have sworn Gaia gave you Null Fizz. Well, that's crap. We're not going to be able to learn anything from that for a long time yet, so fortunately we can just leave it alone for now. On the other hand, we are about to level up, and I believe... Yes, we are about to learn Divine Shot, and I want that because... that'll be probably our best physical attack until we start being able to learn stuff like Onikagura. Skewer, I believe it's supposed to be a timed exclusive, but I don't know if it's going to come out on other consoles or just on PC after that time is up. Well, Triumphant Glory, and the thing is, if you get a skill you like via skill mutation, you can always just fuse that skill onto some other demon, like a throwaway low-level demon, and then go back and withdraw your original demon from the compendium and keep leveling up or mutating that skill until you get what you actually want. Well, D, I imagine it had to. It's a game about killing mages. Yeah, Gaia isn't meant to be acquired till much later in the game, Haretsu. The only way that you would get it early is if you were focusing all of Demi-Fiend's levels exclusively on strength, and or if you were farming lucky tickets. And even if you're farming lucky tickets, you still need a source of income for that. Anyway. So we're gonna have to keep a close eye on Demi-Fiend's experience, because I want to make sure I switch him over to the Nirvana Magatama before he levels up. Triumphing, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I really appreciate that. 61 months. My God. It's hard to believe I've been streaming for that long, or really doing anything besides breathing for that long. Hello, Drinky. Welcome. You could say that, Haretsu. Well, Decoy, and Golden is only an exception on a technicality, because it got ported much, much later. Log, this is the only HD remaster of Nocturne, and yes, it is recent. I started streaming this on the day that it was released, which was only a couple of weeks ago now, I think. And Drinky, we are maybe a third to halfway through. Log, it's in the stream title. Yes, Zidane, I do. It's way overpriced. They want, I think, $40 or $50 US for the base version of this, and they want $70, the full price of a AAA current gen like PS5 game for the Digital Deluxe Edition. And this is nearly a 20-year-old game, so it's nowhere near worth what they're charging for it. If you're gonna buy it, wait till it's on sale. Like, the price they're asking for this is the sort of price that I would pay for a ground-up remake of this game on current gen. But that price is in no way justified by this game as just an HD re-release of the original. Oh, amazing, Drinky. And that kind of thing is why you should not pay full price for this. All right. So let's go deal with the third Kalpa first. Yeah, Pajama, of course they did. Tatsumi, the voice acting's not bad, but the voice acting isn't worth $50 or $70. Well, Quasar, and that speaks even worse of it, that they were originally expecting to get $50 or $70 for this game in its original launch state. Well, Xiao, that's why I say that if you are going to buy it, wait till it's on sale. Alright, oh, that's right, this crap. We have to go all the way through the second Kalpa to get back down to the third, I think. Because Atlas was uncharitable, and they don't give you a shortcut. I know, Pajama, which, again, it just goes to show you that Atlas clearly thought they could get away with, or Sega thought Atlas could get away with, shipping the game in that state and charging the full price for it of a AAA game. Zidane, what you're talking about is the game still uses the original compressed music. Yes, Drinky, I do. We've already fought the first three riders. But now I have to remember that incredible power. It might have been the Great Will coming to observe us. Well, not even he can stop our master's plans now. Well enough, Third Impact. How about yourself? Yeah, don't worry, Drinky. I wouldn't have come down here if I weren't already prepared. Right, I think... Hey, Sagari, how you doing? Can we get through here? Yes, we can, because we have the moon key. Alright, good. And then that gives us a shortcut. And I think we want to go down this one. Yeah, Drinky, you need a key from down on the lower level of this Kalpa to be able to use that shortcut. And then I think this is the way down to Kalpa 3. Sagari, I have an air conditioner. It's expensive to run if you just run it all day non-stop on the highest setting, but fortunately, I can run it on a fairly low setting. And it has a really high output, so it doesn't consume that much electricity, and it keeps my office nice and cool. Ah, very good, Third Impact. That was nice of you. Hey, Monotone, welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, Parsec is great, isn't it? Third Impact. Ultima, what? You're freaking out, and you haven't given me any indication of why. Use your words, buddy. What's up? You can now add wrangling snakes to your resume? What are you talking about? Oh, sorry to hear you had a rough start, Monotone, but I'm glad things are looking up. Oh, nice, Ultima. Congratulations. Clef, you could just order a window unit, right? Ultima, what kind of snake was it? Do you know? Because, yeah, they don't like being picked up. Oh, a rat snake. Okay. So, not venomous, but... Yeah. But, not happy about being picked up. Not the most docile snake. Oh, you took a picture. Yeah, go ahead. If you want to post it. This is just the same, I've seen pictures of one, Decoy. Hey, Giggle, welcome. Tatsumi, it can. It's a white meat. It's very, very lean. But it also tends to be a little bit gamey, especially depending upon what kind of snake it is and where it lives. Haretsu, supposedly because Momonofu is a servant of Arahabaki. Alright, let's see. Oh, yep, there he is. That sure is a rat snake. Huh. And he definitely looks very unhappy about being picked up. But, good on you for, getting him outside. Giggle, I'm guessing you're talking about some sort of carpaccio? Like something cooked in, citrus juice? Ultima, I mean, when in doubt, You can always do your research first, before you touch it. Yeah, Giggle Carpaccio has been a thing. There are similar methods of cooking in a number of different parts of the world that use, acid of one kind or another, usually citrus juice. But, sometimes also fermentation, in order to cook something without using heat. Hey, progress is progress, triumphing. Be it snake or pork. Yeah, those are long movies, Third Impact. Well, they were lucky they had you there, Ultima. Alright, this I think goes to the third Kalpa. I don't remember where any of the, I don't remember where any of the purple maca is in here. It's not coasting, it sucks. But in the original game, it was the only decent way of farming money. Hedgehog, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Triumphant Glory, I just can't win no matter what I do. I've been doing some actual food streams where we analyze different recipe videos and talk about what could be done to improve upon them, or, you know, their cultural origins, or that kind of stuff. Whenever I'm playing a game, people just want to talk about food. And whenever I'm doing a food stream, I get nothing but people asking me what my thoughts are on Elden Ring, or asking me for advice about video games. Like, I can't win. Hey, relax, Ultima. You're fine. You're all right. You did it. Oh, nice, Third Impact. I guess that must have been gratifying. Yeah, Pajama, you're probably right. Nobody will say anything if I play a game about food. Monty, I think you posted some pictures of your cat on the Discord before, which, definitely makes it pretty clear how much you love your cat. And I believe you. I certainly don't doubt that. Right, Cooking Mama. I know, right, guys? Okay, so I think this is the zone where there are different doors that require, stats. I don't know, Decoy. If it requires reflexes, then it's gonna be tricky. No, Drinky, I don't think we can access him at this point in the game. I think we need to go a little bit further. I know he's going to be down here after we beat him, but I don't think we can do that yet. I don't think he's going to be in Kabukicho right now. Wow, Triumphing, that's quite a lot. Weddings are a big deal. That's a lot of energy. Yeah, Drinky, we're nowhere near that yet. I want to go through the strength door. I think? I see hesitation in your heart. Life or death, you must choose even if choice defies reason. I can see it, your inclination is taking form. Would you like to know why your soul wavers? Sure. Imagine you're in a desert, and a tortoise hobbles up to you. Instinctively, you reach for the tortoise and turn it on its back, leaving it clawing at thin air. Though it struggles to right itself, it's ultimately to no avail. Why do this to an innocent creature? You did so because your heart is conflicted. In reality, the helpless tortoise is you. Remember this, truth is merely a matter of perspective. The angle from which you view the world may very well decide its fate. Now go, let your mind be... Oh, this must be because I haven't yet chosen a definitive reason. Oh, alright. Good job, Satanta. Later, loser. Correct, Quasar, yes. Ha! Nice, Triumphing. Very good. Not at all, Third Impact. Go ahead and post it. Yeah, Triumphing, that's the worst part of this time of year, is it's just gonna be miserably hot. Ah, here we go. So this is, I think, the strength area. Hold on, are you planning to go through that door? Dude, forget it. Only someone strong like me can go in there. A puny wimp like you won't be able to get in. There are more doors like it inside. Even I can't get through some of them. If you want to get in, you better build some muscle. I think I'll be okay. Alright, Third Impact, let's see. Look at that smiley dog. That's a very smiley dog. All right. Before I allow you to pass through, I shall test your strength. Will you try and open it? Yes. Your strength is worthy of praise. You may pass. Om nom 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 nom. Drinky, what got blocked was gimme your sword. I don't know what Automod's problem is. Yeah, Third Impact, they grow up fast. Yeah, Drinky, I think maybe Automod thought that "gimme your sword" in all caps was some sort of innuendo or something. Hey, Street Shark, welcome! Well, let's see what we got. Watch this be another trap. No, it's a bead. Oh, congrats, Street Shark. I hope it's not too terrible a job. Yes, okay, we can get through. No, Street Shark, why would I ever play that? Oh, hey, it's Aramitama. You know what? Amazing. The ones here don't drop grimoires. I don't know why I thought they would, but... No, Decoy, I don't think I did. Okay, that goes down. Oh, right, so this is one way. Hello, Black Knight, welcome! Well, there's no real point sticking around here. And actually... Ah. Only a servant of darkness may pass. Oh, okay. So we need a dark title is what this is. And I believe Adept is a neutral title, if I remember correctly. It is Ultima, but just equipping a Magatama of the correct alignment isn't enough. You have to actually level up with that Magatama equipped in order to change your title. Because it's your title that determines what your alignment is, be it good or evil or neutral. Oh, wow, Third Impact. Nice job with these. I imagine your father was ecstatic. Oh, hey! Look who it is. He-ho, someone was trapping demons inside these weird tubes, ho. You don't think he wants to trap me too, do you? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Rido's been running around Pokemoning all over the place, I guess. Well, Ultima, the alignment doors are all optional, or almost all optional. They basically lead to vendors that will either sell you rare items you can't get anywhere else, or they'll sell you a specific demon that has a unique moveset. That's fantastic, Third Impact. If I were into sweet foods more, I would say I'd have loved to try those. Alright, well now I need to figure out how to get back up from here. Pretty sure one or the other of these doors is... Yeah, okay. Let's see what's in here then. I don't remember the layout of this place very well, so... The flames of the Menorah of Sovereignty are flickering wildly. Hedgehog, the first Kalpa is like level 20, maybe 25. But your level matters less than how well you've fused your demons. Because honestly, the demons here in the third Kalpa are like level 60, 65. And my average level is only 42. However, the demons that I'm using are very, very obsessively min-maxed. So... the PS3 store version of Digital Devil Saga is actually playable thanks to this hidden settings menu? Eh? Oh! Okay, Decoy, I had no idea this menu existed. Fascinating. Yeah, I don't doubt that it changes quite a lot, Decoy. I will have to remember that. Yeah, Third Impact, Magatama are... there's something very specific, and they tend to show up in Japanese and Chinese culture in particular, but they, hang on, let me... Yeah, Hedgehog, you really want to make sure that your demons are fused properly. And that you've got good resistance. Mainly, you want resistance to physical damage. You want at least null fizz. preferably null light, dark, and null ailments. Third impact, a Magatama is basically a, it's a, like a little bead or a jewel that you hang from a necklace that is something you commonly see in Japan and sometimes also in China. In fact, I think they might have originated in China and been brought to Japan and introduced there. I'm not 100% sure about that, though. But that's what they are. Triumphant Glory, there is a pool, but they just didn't, you know how Atlas designs their games, especially back in the day. They didn't care about quality of life. Why would they let you choose what skill? No, it's going to be random. And depending on what rank the skill is, sometimes you have to, you have like 30 other skills that are competing with it. Third Impact, you really like mech games, huh? Zio, I don't think it would be any more OP than choosing what skills your demons inherit. Especially since, as long as you spend enough time on it, you can force the skill that you want through mutation. It's just a quality of life thing, Xiao, is not forcing you to spend hours upon hours save scumming a level up just to get one skill that you want. I mean, people are going to do it anyway. Just give them the ability to do it without artificially wasting tons of their time. Well, Hedgehog, the thing is, skill mutation can be manipulated. So if you're interested, here's a list of all of the different skills and what they can become. Yeah, Pajama, allowing you to choose what skills your demons inherit is probably the single biggest quality of life change they've made in recent games. No problem, Magnus. You relax and take it easy as much as you need. Okay, so down, I think, is progress, then. Yeah, see, Decoy, that's exactly what this game needed. Oh, yikes, Triumphing. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're at least doing better now. Let's go back up, because I think I missed a bunch of stuff in there. Yeah, okay. I did. So what we're gonna do... Jeez, Triumph. I don't know, Quasar. Probably not. Because I would worry about DMCA claims from Nintendo. Ah. Ooh, a Death Stone. That's another fiend. And I think the warning we got down below about the candelabrum was Dante. Or, Rido in this case. I don't know, Decoy. I disagree. I think that it would have been nice to give players the option in this game, in the remaster, to manually select what their mutating skill becomes. Because as nice as it is to have the ability to choose through fusion, it takes just as much, if not more time, to re-roll a mutating skill on level up, which is why my save file, even though we're only at this point in the game, is 124 hours. That's entirely down to re-rolling skill mutations. Okay, Third Impact, have a good one. Take care. I remember that, Quasar. That's just how out of touch Japan is. I wish that too, Hedgehog. I wish that's something that they'd considered. Xiao, I think for most of those people it's just habit now. They do it without thinking about it. And I think in many cases also because they're just so desperate for more content. Oh, good. Hey, nice going. See ya. Decoy, it should not be so true to the original as to compromise how good the experience is. If something about the original was terrible, then that thing should be changed so that it's not terrible. I feel like making the argument that something as bad as not being able to choose your demon's inherited skills or not being able to choose what skill you get from a mutation, that doesn't add anything purely by having been in the original and not being changed in the remaster. That's just a quality of life change that you could make to make the remaster objectively better. Alright, let's see. Quasar, that's part of it, but for me, it's the meta. It's their treatment of their fans. They really have a blatant and thinly veiled lack of respect for their fans, and particularly for their fans' intelligence, and especially they hate content creators. Well, Ovan, that's why the remaster has some settings that you can change to make it more like the original if you want. I mean, it still has a setting to randomize the skills that your demons inherit if for some reason you're a masochist and you don't want to choose them. Mostly Quasar, yeah. But with all of these Japanese companies that have Western subsidiaries, it's the people who control the company. You know, it's those 300-year-old Japanese men sitting in a boardroom making decisions in a complete vacuum, utterly without regard for current trends and demands, and especially without regard for anything that happens outside of Japan. It's that way with Nintendo, it's that way with Atlas, it's that way with Sega. Oh, Denpa, you're talking about that interview with Harada recently, right? Well, Decoy, not in the same way. Like with FromSoft, you don't get the impression that they look down on their fans. With FromSoft, it's more just being out of touch and just focusing on trying to make a game and not bothering about the other details, and instead leaving those details to their foreign publishing partners. Well, the animal, From kind of has to be. And I've met Miyazaki personally. I met him at E3 in 2015. And I met a bunch of other people who represented FromSoft and Bandai Namco at the event that year as well. And from talking to Miyazaki, what little I got to talk to him, because it was during the presentation for Dark Souls 3. It was the first, in fact, gameplay demo of DS3 that they had done, and we all got, there weren't too many of us. We were invited, a bunch of us from the Souls community were invited by Bandai Namco, and during the Dark Souls 3 presentation, they brought us into this little theater that they'd set up, and there were maybe like 30 people in there, not counting Bandai Namco staff and FromSoft staff, and the long and short of it was, after the presentation, Miyazaki had given the presentation, but he did so through a translator. And I spoke to him very, very briefly afterward, because everyone in the room, like, cornered the poor guy, and they were all lining up to try to get in a word with him. And I got the impression from talking to him that he just wants to make games. And he doesn't want to be bothered about the political aspects of it. He doesn't want to muck around any more than he absolutely has to with publishers and stuff that is not directly related to making games. And that's consistent with FromSoft's approach. I mean, I've worked on several strategy guides, official strategy guides for FromSoft games, and I've seen behind the scenes into their development process, and it all just kind of adds up to the big picture that I see being FromSoft just wants to be left alone to work on the games they want to make, and anything else they leave to their publishing partners. Well, Black Knight, but he's got a lot of other people around him now to take on a lot of that responsibility. FromSoft was purchased by Kadokawa in, I think, 2014, and that gave them access to stupid amounts of money, at least in theory. And it also gave them access to a very wide publishing network, at least throughout East Asia. And they have relationships with Sony and Bandai Namco. So, I mean, if they want to make a game, and they have a relationship with Activision now as well. So if they want to make a game, they are not hurting for support. They've got people practically lining up at their doorstep, begging to be their publishing partners. So... What, Decoy? Kadokawa? Yeah, maybe. Well, and that's the thing, Black Knight. Kadokawa is mainly a manga and anime conglomerate. They deal mainly with other forms of media, and mostly Japanese media. They're a huge company. And, I mean, it kind of made sense that FromSoft was an attractive acquisition for them, because they have access to all of FromSoft's IPs now, at least in theory. And FromSoft has access to their distribution network and their finances, once again, at least in theory. The practicalities of that, I'm not sure how it's gone down, because it's all been behind closed doors, but it seems like it would make sense for both companies. Hey, Sam, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome. Yes, more SMT. I'm finally able to get back to this. Oh yeah, Corgi, you and Zorza have been seeing quite a lot of each other, haven't you? Thank you, Monotone. Yeah, guys, go check out my friend Sam. She's awesome. Monotone, also, if we could get a shout-out from Magnus. And Fleetmaster, congrats on quitting that job. I'm really happy for you. That's awesome. What kind of job did you get, or are you, trying out for? I don't know, The Animal, but I think they're trying to increase their game dev portfolio. And honestly, that's fine with me, because at least Kadokawa is not an EA-type company that buys studios just to close them down. So, whatever they wanted FromSoft for, at the very least, it probably will not lead to the closure of FromSoft. It might, Denpadev, and there's a certain irony there as well, if FromSoft is being considered an expert in video games, because originally FromSoft was a PC software company. When they were first founded, they were making, like, accounting software. And then at some point after that, they got into video games. Well, Decoy, he already has. Remember, I helped him make the Dark Souls 2 one. A warehouse that specializes in trading cards, comic books, and collectibles. Hey, that's not bad, Fleet Master. Keep us posted, yeah? Hello, Yielding Thought. Welcome. Ah, triumphant glory. Monotone is probably proud of you. I'm just shaking my head and sighing. Okay, anyway, I need to figure out where we are here. Okay, I think we want to go back around. Yeah, okay. Yes, this looks right. Well, Triumph, you and Monotone certainly could, you could have some great discussions together, I suspect. Ah, nice, Fleet Master. I bet you really impressed them. Oh, you know what? A freaking mystical chest. Ah. Screw it. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna. We're already far enough away that... Alright, you bastards know what? Oh, Ose is a lot less tough here than he was during the boss fight. This is gonna take forever at this rate. Although, you know, we could use this as an opportunity to... could use this as an opportunity to gain some experience. Very good indeed. Alright, one of them is immune to wind. What about lightning? Ah! Titan is weak against lightning. Where the heck? Oh, right. You know, and we should throw on Nirvana. I hate walking around with a dark weakness, but I don't think any of the enemies we've run into so far use dark attacks. So we should be alright for the next couple of battles. Decoy, and if we can debilitate Mott enough, we might be able to make even that less troublesome. Now, what about fire? Yeah, okay, fire works. That's a good question, Triumph. If by teen spirit you mean body odor and unwashed clothing, sure. Yeah, Decoy, he's weak against lightning, I think, isn't he? So we'll just have to bring stupid amounts of lightning damage. Wow, Ultima! You've got to figure out how they keep getting in there, because, or maybe it's the same snake and it just got back in. Well, hey, Ultima, you've already done it once. Now it should be easy. I know, Ultima, I know, but sometimes you just gotta take care of business. Alright. Okay, that was kinda worth it for a great chakra. Then I think in here... Ah, blast it. You know what? Screw it. We're still at 7 out of 8. We'll take our chances. I'm not doing that again. Nah, we got a life stone, which was the crappy one. Blast it. Well, whatever. How do we get out of here, though? Oh, this way. And I think that other one just... If we go east here, that just leads back to the entrance. So I don't think there's anything in there. I think we just want to go in here. Oh, amazing, Triumph. I don't know what it is that people are so afraid of tiny little rodents like that. Okay, over there we need a dark reason. We could theoretically, Oh, nice. Lucky thing we dodged that, too. Oh, look! These idiots wasted all their turns on buffs. See ya. Not dealing with that. Well, Soul Bishop, yes. Having a healthy concern about disease is good. I'm not saying go out of your way to touch rodents, but... Okay, that we need a different key for that. Actually. Hey, say so. Oh, hi. Hi, Misha Guji. What are you doing here? Oh, boy.
There's our star of the show.
Hi, Goto. Hi, Rido.
Smart move, Rido. Leaving a demon here to keep watch. I'll keep this short, Demi-Fiend. We did more investigation, and here's what we dug up. The old man's planning a battle royale between you fiends. To the death, I might add. You were aware of that, weren't you? Wouldn't want to assume you were just mindlessly playing along. Although in the end, I suppose that's no business of ours. I just wanted to let you know that was never our goal from the start. We're detectives, sadists. But... for you, Rido still has a job to finish. In other words, we can't just let you be. So level with us. Will you agree to leave quietly? Or must we put you through the ringer again?
I was just on my way out.
Guess you're not the fiend we were expecting. Rido had figured the opposite, but I suppose even a detective's hunch could be wrong.
Got him! Mainly I did that because I need to change my Magatama if I'm gonna fight him. I just realized.
Somehow I'm Remember, we gave you a choice. Whatever happens from here is all on you. But if you're too thick to heed the warning, we're gonna have to unload on you.
See you guys in like 30 seconds. Rido seems to have gone further in, which is what I need to do. But first... Alright, we're going to go 1 point of vitality because we're going to need that here. And Divine Shot will replace Elect Boost because lightning is one of Demi-Fiend's worst elements. Oh, you know what though? If we level up one more time and learn Null Light... Okay, well... Yeah, Pajama, but for Demi-Fiend, you either want to go Wind for Tornado, or ultimately Fire for Magma Axis. Oh, hello, damn fine cup of streaming. Welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. To all those coming in, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Welcome. Right now, I'm trying to decide what Magatama I need here because, yeah, Drinky, except that, since Rido has the same moves as Dante, he's going to be using, Panic. So I think we need protection against Mind. It has Shock, Hedgehog, but... I'm going to bank on the fact that Mind is going to be more dangerous during this fight than physical damage. Whoops. All right, and what else do we want for this? first of all, we want demons that are immune to status ailments, so our standard team is out. We're going to need a healer, that'll be Sarasvati. We'll need buffs and debuffs. We've only got Kurama Tengu for that, really, unfortunately. Well, we've got Daisojo, actually, and then we'll need some damage. Which I guess we can use Matador. All right, let's see if I remember how to do this, because, if I remember correctly, there's a chase that we have to, break your contract with Raito and proceed. Yeah, like, seems as if someone is watching you.
Warning you, Demi-Fiend. It's going to be Bullet City from here on out. Perhaps you really are a true fiend if you're itching for a fight that bad.
Raito readied his gun. Okay. What? Oh, good. I'm really glad that wore off right then. Goodness sake. All right, you know what? Okay.
Was that really the best you could do? Surely you have more in you than that.
I could say the same. Freaking coward just running like that. I don't remember. There he is. So I think we want to kind of juke him this way. And then...
I've never been one to encourage foul play, so allow me to give you a hint. In order to make it through the area ahead, you'll need to turn off all the switches. I'll give you to the count of 3. Don't let this precious time go to waste.
All right. Okay, so there are a couple of doors on the right, I think. No, it definitely isn't Triumphing Glory. It's, I guess, the Cannon Raito. And the Cannon Raito is scary enough, don't get me wrong, especially on hard mode.
One, 2, 3.
Okay, he comes in through there. Okay. So we've got I think we just want to go in this door and hit the switch. And we want to go out here. Yep, okay. Because he came in through, I think, the northern door. All right, Drinky. What do you mean both timeline versions, Decoy? I wasn't aware there was more than one timeline version of him. This Rhino and the Rhino with the scar across his face? I don't remember which of those is from which timeline. I'm only aware of the one from the Devil Summoner timeline. Hey, Sunshine, welcome! Alright, I think we want to go this way? Okay, so there's, I think, a door down to the south. Oh! Here's Rhino. See ya! Okay, down here maybe. Because we have to hit the switches. Yeah, that's the one from the Devil Summoner series, Decoy, but I don't, Oh, wait a minute. Now that I read a little bit of this, I do remember. Okay, yes. I see. Yeah, that's typical Atlas, Decoy. Okay, so now I think we need to go into that closer room and do the same thing. And hit the switch. Although where we go after that, I don't totally remember. I think we might have to just go down that path to the north. Alright. So there's the switch. There we go. Okay, that did open the door. Oh god. He's right there. I think we just want to loop back around to the north then. Unless he's still there. Yeah, he is. What the hell? Ah! Goodness sake. Alright, you know what?
What's that really?
Yeah, he chases you, but... Alright, But for some reason, No, he didn't reset the switches. I think once you hit both switches, he just stays there and waits for you. Goodness sake. He just hates Sarasvati. You know what, Rido? I don't know, Drinky. I don't know why he wouldn't go for Daisojo first. You know what? Well, there he goes.
What's that really?
Yeah, Drinky, but Sarasvati is immune to instant kills as well. I don't think Teikisatsu takes that into consideration, because she has light and dark protection. But Teikisatsu is not light or dark. When you fight them, they might, Drinky. There we go. We just had to get his attention without him having time to catch up with us. Alright. Now we want to go around here and to the north, because he was blocking that exit. Yeah, Haretsu, he was. Interesting, Drinky. I've never noticed that. But I don't think we're done with him yet, unfortunately. I think there's more of this on the next level down. Oh, God. Okay. I'm pretty sure as soon as we hit this switch... Oh, God. Yep, there he is. Alright, so we need to get past him. No. Later, loser. Okay, so... I think we want to go... this way? Oh, dear. I think the next switch is through here. Yep, there he is. See ya! Okay, where to now? We've got one more door and then the portal. I think we want to do the door first. Okay. Yeah, the old RP walk triumph. Oh, okay, that's the door. So that's done then. And he doesn't show up here. Okay, I thought for some reason he would. But I guess he's out guarding the door, so... Ah! Okay, there he is. No, he can totally insta-kill fiends.
Was that really the...
Well, that answers that. Alright, I need to have another look at the map then and figure out where you came from. Oh, there he is. Okay, so I'm pretty sure... Hey! There we go. We want to run for the portal now, and then... There he is. Ah, okay. Guess we gotta try that again. Don't have time to mess with that now. Alright. There we go. Sheesh. Oh, pfft. No. Hey Yoda Jr., welcome! And yes, it is. I'm pretty sure that there's a fight against him, like the real fight, just through that door. So what we're gonna do... is we're going to trigger New Kagutsuchi. I know, Drinky, it's just habit to recast it. When it runs out, because after this section, we're pretty much going to... we're going to need it. We're going to be running into enemies again after this. I've been alright, thanks, Yoda. How about yourself? Are you doing okay? Yeah, Soul Bishop, it's something you have to get used to in this game, is running around in circles a lot to adjust the Kagutsuchi phase. Okay. Alright, and now we're gonna recast Estoma for real. Let me just make sure we've got the correct Magatama equipped. We've got Iomonte. Alright. Oh, for goodness sake. Now I'm gonna have to do that again. You're not going on ahead, are you? If you are, you better be ready. I saw a devil summoner with a horde of demons walk past these doors not long ago. Damn it all. Alright, well, now we have to do that again. Alright, Decoy, hang in there! Oh, okay. I was gonna say, Decoy, it seems like a somewhat inopportune time of year to be out running a mile. Yeah, Drinky, it's just more JRPG magic nonsense. Like, no, they teleported in front of you. They took a shortcut that's only accessible to NPCs. Like, they went backstage somehow and doubled forward on you. Freaking ridiculous. Come on. There we go. Hi, Rido.
What Rido does for a living? He could chase someone down in his sleep. Anyways, we have you right where we want you.
Is that so?
Rido, do not let him slip away. I'm sure a man of your caliber would back down from a challenge. Now, show us what you're made of.
Amazing. Good job, Rido. Right, we want to get our buffs up earlier rather than later, because the more damage we deal to him, the more vicious he gets. And since I don't believe he can use Dekunda or Dekaja... Oh, okay, I guess he can. Amazing. Oh, whoops, I already... okay. Alright then. Wow! Okay, cool. Jesus.
It's as if you got stronger overnight.
I mean, I kinda did.
Color me impressed, Demi-Fiend.
Hey, Morteferu. Oh, this is... okay. We want to take advantage of that Dark Might. We want to get another Debilitate on him. We'll pass here, and then we will... have him use a bead. Then we will have Matador attack again. We'll debilitate him one more time. Oh, actually, no, you know what? We need MP before we cast Debilitate again. That's a good amount of MP. And we'll focus. Counting on you. Ha! Very good. Very good indeed. We'll hit Medirahan just because better safe than sorry. Not bad, not bad.
Perhaps we underestimated him. Righto, this is your cue to pull out all the stops. I mean it. Use any and every trick you have left up your sleeve. Counting on you.
Oh, okay, we've already... in that case... Doink! Sheesh! Well, that was a wasted level. Man, if I'd realized we were going to have that easy a time of it, I would have equipped a different Magatama. Bloody hell. Vitality, please.
Enough, Righto. Let's call it here.
What? Okay, I don't know what he was about to do there, but...
I think we've seen enough of your potential.
I have no idea, Kasumi. I've never heard that mantra before.
In fact, Vido here's been vouching for you from the start. Though you still are mostly a mystery to us, something about you also gives us hope.
Oh, really, Decoy? Okay. Summon all his demons. Yeah, that's what I would have guessed, Hidden Boss, but...
So we're thinking we'd lend you a hand. Righto, why don't you give him that piece of evidence? found this in the area, but we don't have any use for it.
Okay.
Perhaps it's in better keeping with you.
Evidence? You obtained the Menorah of Knowledge.
Seeing as how well you handle yourself, I think you can forge your own path. Maybe even impress the old man.
Oh, okay, Decoy, it is. I see. Mallet space, Kasumi, you know how it works.
To our next encounter, Demi-Fiend.
Yeah, Hidden Boss, I remember in the second game they actually made a point of, in the joke battle with Raiho, or when you ran into Raiho, there's dialogue where he's like, yeah, we tried our best to make it so that you could summon a second demon in this game. It was really hard on the hardware, but we wanted to make it more fun, or something along those lines. Alright, anyway. Looks like you're safe, that's good to know. I'm glad you care. Alright, well, I think that should be the end of this Kalpa, and then that will give us access to the next one. Oh! Aravaka, huh? You know, it occurs to me, I'd probably better, probably better switch Magatama. Well, Decoy, you can get just about anything to hit like a truck if you're willing to do enough min-maxing. Isaka spits something out. Amazing. Do you know what? Yes, I think Null Mind would be helpful. So we'll put on Murakumo. Okay, Drinky, have a good one. Take care. Because I think this one should teach us all of the element, or the ailment nulls. And then we can get rid of Shock. We can get rid of Force Boost and Tornado, because I'm not going to be keeping those. Alright, and let's see. Hooray! Oh, now there's actual cheering.
So, You've survived the challenge of that formidable devil summoner. I'm amazed at how far you've come.
Oh God, Clemps! Hello, Clemps, how are you doing? It's great to see you. Welcome, Clemps. Welcome, Rats. Thank you so much for the raid. Monotone, can we get a shout out for our friend Clemps? How are you doing, Clemps? I hope all is well. Welcome, everybody. I imagine most of the rats are probably at least generally acquainted with me by now, but in case any of you today are new, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. All of them, RoboBadger. Every last one. Thank you so much for the raid, Clemps. It's great to see you. And it's great to see all of you as well, rats. Thank you for coming to join us. We are playing the SMT3 Nocturne Remaster. Because I was in the mood to reject some gods today, and, well, here we are. Clemps has probably already gone off to get dinner, and I can't blame him. It is getting late.
The demon inside you will continue to be your source of strength during your quest. Power. It is what all humans seek. It is built into them. Whether it is the power of light or the power of darkness, people rely on it and pray.
Or, in this case, Raido from the Devil Summoner series, Vanta Black, and in fact from several other games as well. Yeah, this is the Chronicle version, Systemi. So, Raido, we just actually finished fighting Raido, in fact. Just a moment ago, right before the raid.
They do so, wishing for greater power. In fact, a woman you know quite well prayed to a goddess in hopes of saving the world.
Yeah, about that.
Let me tell you about that particular deity. Aradia. She is from a vortex world beyond the boundaries of this one. In the Amala universe, where time and space melt together and flow as one.
Yeah, Decoy, and we can clear room for that. That won't be an issue.
There exist countless vortex worlds. One of these worlds is where Aradia originated. As you are already aware, this vortex world was built upon a foundation, what you may consider to be the previous world.
I love how they just use a screenshot of the world map, complete with the entrances to Asakusa highlighted.
However, in its shadow lies another world, where those considered fictitious gather. And that is the vortex world where Aradia once resided. Those who dwell there wish for one thing, for their existence to become real. To find the means, they depart into the ocean of Amala and seek out worlds that hold the power of creation. Aradia herself is a tragic savior born of dreams. She emerged in response to the cries of witches who were persecuted for their beliefs. The witches prayed to Aradia for power and freedom. They also prayed for people to be saved from the hardships of life. However, Aradia never showed herself on Earth, nor did she save anyone. She was a being who could only give hope to her believers.
Not exactly,
Humans,
RoboBadger.
whom God created a god of their own. Anything is indeed possible within the vast ocean of Amala. Nevertheless, Aradia is still an outsider. There is little that she can do in a vortex world where her existence is forbidden. She is merely a goddess of forsaken freedom. There are many you have spoken to during your time here, including the fiends and us. You have heard the voice of the Absolute One, too. But please know this. In the everlasting flow of Amala, we have long waited for you, for a time such as this to come. The true significance of the menorahs in the labyrinth of Amala. The new demon of chaos, whom all are waiting for in anticipation, and the final moment that my master awaits.
Okay, Monotone, have a good one. Take care.
Oh, you must be overwhelmed by all this.
It is interesting, Pyjama, but they're not entirely truthful with you here. They sort of cherry-pick the truths they tell you, and they sprinkle in a little bit of false information as well to mislead you.
But if you can restore the menorahs to their original places and come here once again, then at that time, I will tell you the answers to all of your questions.
And they kind of bait you and lead you on down the path toward their goals. Oh, no worries, Clemps. That's quite all right. I figured you'd just gone off to have dinner. Thank you again for the raid, and have a great evening. Take it easy, Clemps. Always good to see you. Well, that's kind of the thing, Xiao, is they string you along knowing you're desperate for information. And they kind of just feed you little bits and pieces to keep you moving forward through the Kalpas. And I think... There we go. Let's see if I can actually make it through here. Ah. Yeah, I don't remember the layout of this one at all. Ah, well. Now the question is, because I don't remember whether we can... Yeah, blast it. We're gonna have to backtrack again. Because, unsportingly, Atlas just... They don't give you a shortcut to get back down here. Ugh. Thank you, Ultra Blue. I appreciate that. People do occasionally tell me that I sound like a voice actor. And, I mean, if I were offered a gig, I'd probably try it at least once. Yeah, I don't know where the blue maca is hidden in this tunnel. Well, that just means we're going to have a really annoying time getting back here. As always. Yeah, Pajama, technically, this game, or this version of it, has the subtitle Lucifer's Call. That's the expanded version. The original version of this game didn't have the true demon ending. It didn't have... Well, it didn't have pretty nearly any of the additional content. It didn't have this, this labyrinth. It didn't have... there were a bunch of demons that it didn't have. Yeah, none of the fiends. Oh, well... That was ill-advised. They repel wind. I should have thought better of using elemental attacks on them. I used Tornado on 2 enemies that repel wind. Well, freaking whoops. That just means we have to go fight Rido again. But actually, it's fine, because it also means I won't waste that level up. I always forget not to use elemental attacks down there unless you're absolutely sure of what enemy you're fighting. But that's fine. The second Kalpa is fairly quick. And now that I've had a refresher on how to deal with Rido... Jeez, okay, normally I do too, say so, but I don't currently have a party member that has it because I needed room for heavy nukers. All right, Triumph, have a good one. Previous count. No, wait a minute, why? Oh, okay, I went the wrong way, I see. Yeah, Wisconsin Bear, these games were not designed with quality of life in mind at all. And hello! No, Systemi, that's fine. I mean... It's just as well that you get to see it. Although I am going to skip all the dialogue, because we already just did it. And it should go quite a bit more quickly this time, now that I've had a refresher on how the chase works. You know, and actually... We probably should work on getting some experience now. Why is that surprising, Yoda? They saw an opportunity to release a low-effort HD remaster, and in the beginning it was really low effort. The only reason that it has some of the features it has now is because people yelled at them because the original state of this remaster was garbage. It was a mess. So, it was just, in the beginning, it was just a low-effort cash grab. And even in the beginning, in the state that it was in, they were still charging full price for it, which was even more ridiculous. Yeah, Decoy, so it just amounts to greed, regardless of the reasoning. Well, Pajama, they gave us a reason to think that they might actually do a decent job with this because they did a very good job with the Persona 4 port to Steam. But I guess they had time to do that and they didn't feel pressured by greed. Or not as much. Whereas this clearly suffered from greed. Systemi, I'm going to let Decoy answer that, since I've been over it so many times already. Yeah, Decoy, but I mean, it did get those patches. It might not technically matter much for a game like this, say so, but since the PS4 and the PS5 absolutely have the capability to run this game at 60, it was just one additional thing they could have easily done, but didn't. Some games did, Ken. Not all. Okay, okay, Decoy, so then that gets back into the territory of stop tying your game speed to frame rate. Ah, here we go. Oh, for goodness sake, look at this crap. Alright, well, there go all those extra turns, idiot. See ya. Systemi, my best advice to you is if you do plan on buying the remaster, wait till it's on sale. Yeah, I know, Decoy, but that's even worse, because it means they've had all that time to learn their lesson, and they haven't learned their lesson. They keep making the same mistake over and over again because they choose to. Because they choose to ignore the fact that it's a bad idea. It wasn't even a good option back in the day, Decoy. It was just that people didn't know any better. Because back in the day, no one ever imagined that it would be possible to run games at 60 FPS. No, Decoy, they're not, but that doesn't excuse it, you know? Pretty much, Hedgehog. 4,800 to level up. Well... Demon Souls, hidden boss. Nice. Okay, and then down here. Yeah, Systemi, if you see this version on sale for $20 or less, then I would say it might be worth it, but don't buy it for any more than that. It is, Pajama. It is. And I really hope people are willing to make that clear to Sega with their wallets, because this being released in the state that it was in was shameful. Now there are 2 mystical chests in here. Let's see if we can get them both. In the limited time frame we have. Oh, for goodness sake, I guess not. Fine. Yeah, Clef, the digital deluxe edition is $70, which is the full price of a full AAA PS5 game that they're asking for this almost 20-year-old lazy remaster of a PS2 game. So, no. No, don't pay that for it. Just don't. The only reason I did is because I'm a content creator, and although I don't consider myself a game journalist, I have a little more pride than that. I do consider that I have a certain responsibility to be truthful and accurately represent the games I play to my viewers. And I'm not gonna mince my words here. This is a... On its own, if it were like $15 or $20, it'd be an okay remaster. But for the price they're asking for it, it's a ripoff. Hello, Aganma. It has been a while. I hope you were safe and well. What am I doing? I lost my train of thought. I don't even know how well it's actually sold, Decoy. And I imagine Sega, I mean, they got yelled at enough that they were, well, Atlas was willing to change and fix some of the issues this game had at launch. So I know they know people were unhappy with it in its original state. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Aganma. I hope that everything works out. Well, you're always welcome here, and I hope that being here can provide you with at least a little bit of a distraction or, something productive, some comfort, maybe. Right, you know what? Okay, we got the bead chain this time. Good, well, we didn't have to wait around for another another full Kagutsuchi. And then we want to go this way. Wait a minute. Oh, well, too late. Never mind. Okay, that's the dark door. Well, sure, Decoy, but isn't SMT3 a Switch game? Like, it's literally being developed for Switch. At the very least, SMT3 is current gen, you know? So, the $60 price tag is still steep, but as long as it's actually a good game... KR, what Xiao meant is that Konami is dead in terms of video games. And that pachinko is pretty much all they're doing now. Oh, okay, Decoy. Yeah, that stands to reason. That makes sense. Alright, so we need the level out of Nirvana. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we need to... Oh, hey, look, there's Troll. Bye. Whoops. One more level, or one more battle, rather, should be enough for us to get that level and relearn. Oh boy. Okay, I stand corrected. I forgot that, Yomotsu Ikusa can use Mudo. So the sooner we deal with these guys, the better. There we go. 5 TNL. Amazing. Yeah, Decoy, we've known about that for a while, but Metal Gear Solid 5 did not help that decision. Justice Flame, I don't care. It's gonna be Switch only, and I'm not buying anything Nintendo until they make some major changes to their attitude toward their community, and especially toward content creators. So it's irrelevant to me. And I don't expect those changes to come anytime soon, if ever, so... Alright, Divine Shot, we can get rid of Elec Boost. Yeah, Systemi, and the only reason why, or the main reason why anyway, is just that outdated attitude toward rights management and toward controlling every aspect of how your community interacts with your content or with your products. And the attitude that you know better than your consumers do what they want and how they should engage with your games. You see that throughout the Japanese game dev industry, unfortunately. Okay, so for Magatama, we're actually going to switch over to Anathema, because Anathema will teach us Mana Drain, and I do want to learn Mana Drain. Ultra Blue, and the example has been brought up already, and I like to bring up the same example whenever we talk about Nintendo, but the time that Nintendo of Japan took down a live stream that was being done by Nintendo of America of some new games that were coming out from Nintendo on YouTube. Good night, Decoy. Have a good one. So like I said, I'm gonna skip this because we've already been through it once.
But, so level, will you agree to leave?
Sorry, Goto.
I suppose that's the demon in you talking. Trying to unleash the beast, are we? Well, you wouldn't be much of a demi-fiend otherwise. Wouldn't you say so, Rido? From here on, you'll either limp toward your bloody doom, or prove your strength to us once and for all. This kid Rido will make you regret.
Alright, alright. Okay, now let's see if I remember how to do this, now that we've done it once.
Stay focused, Rido.
Alright, so he comes this way. We juke him around this way. And then we make a break for the exit.
I've never been one to encourage foul play, so in order, I'll give you.
Yeah.
One.
Okay, and actually, before I forget again, we used Sarasvati, Daisojo, and Matador.
2, 3.
And we sneak in here, and then in here. We activate that. Yeah, Warrior, that's exactly the attitude I'm talking about, is how dare you modify any aspect of the experience? You will either experience it exactly as we intended or not at all, and we will flat out send the legal hounds after you. So there are just numerous depressing examples of that sort of behavior from Nintendo, which is why I don't support them anymore. I don't buy their products, I don't play their games. And I don't encourage anyone else to do so who cares about the way they treat their community. Okay. Right, and I think this time we want to go... this way? Yeah, here he comes. Later! Then we want to go down here, and in here, and in here, and we hit the switch. And then we go back out, and he's guarding the door. And then we run into the portal. And then he can't catch back up with us until we've already gotten into the door. So there's the portal. There's that. All right. Then we go in here and we hit the switch and we evade him on the way back out. There he is. See ya. Then I think we want to go down here. Yeah, okay. KR, I don't think this would be possible if he ran in these areas. All right. And the third switch is in here. And there's the door, which he will now be guarding. And here he doesn't attack us. Alright, so I guess... I'm trying to remember how I did this. I think we just go get his attention. Hey! And then we run into the portal. And then we run back here. Okay, have a good one again, Ma. Take care. Thank you for stopping in again. It's good to see you. Oh, right. That's just these two. We will have to make use of their services to get back. And now we... In all honesty, we didn't end up needing Sarasvati for that fight at all. I think we could go with more damage. Well, Pajama, my main reason for bringing Sarasvati rather, would be for, Dekunda and Dekaja. But I don't really need those here. Yeah, here we go.
I'm sure of...
All right. Good job. And then he wasted his turn dispelling that. Ah, blasted, I didn't... whatever. Hey, Mantis Man, welcome! I probably should have, yeah, I should have healed Demi-Fiend. But that's fine, we made it. So, Daisojo can heal. And honestly, we can get some crits in. Focus again. And get a debilitate. Summon! Hey, Sugar Crow, welcome! Good to see you! Thank you very much for stopping in. Right, so Daisojo can steal some MP. And actually what we're going to do here is gonna get an extra turn. I'm going to have Matador pass. I'm going to have Daisojo debilitate again. I'm going to have Zochoten attack. And Demi-Fiend will heal himself.
Perhaps we underestimated him. Righto, this is your cue to...
There we go.
Counting on you.
It's good to see you, Sugar Crow. How are you doing? Oh, okay. Well, we got him. And actually, this time I think, yeah, we're going to put it into Vitality. And this time now we learn Mana Drain. So we can get rid of Shock. Oh, and the party fully recovered. Awesome. Really, Pyjama? No, I did not know that. I didn't know that they gave you boosts for physical attacks. That's nuts, as if they weren't already overpowered enough. At least with Pierce.
Enough, Rido! Let's call it here. All right, Demi-Fiend. I think we've seen enough of you. In fact, please.
All right.
So, Rido, we've got X.
Thanks, Rido.
See?
Oh, okay, Knieblers. Because that makes it much more balanced. Rido pieced out. Right. In that case, we can... Yeah, you know, I mean, there's no downside to Geis. You might as well switch to that. Oh, wow, Pyjama. Yeah, that would have been nice here. Knieblers, there's something like that in Persona 5 Royal. And I think maybe even in the vanilla version of the game as well, where they let you pay money to summon personas that are higher than your protagonist level. Okay, well... Now we get to skip that again.
So, the deep power. Whether it is that they do so. In fact, let me tell you. rot. She is... In the... There exists one of... As you... This... And that... Those for their... To find... She emerged... They all... However, she... You... Any... Never... There is... She...
Okay,
Well,
then.
You have met in the... The new... And the... Oh, you must... But if you... Then it... I...
Well, Systemi, even in a game like Nocturne, if you're willing to do a ton of re-rolling and save scumming demons level up, you can get really crazy powerful demons and max out their movesets very early in the game. Right, so there's no point going down there for now. It's just a shame that the Kalpa shortcuts are designed as badly as they are, so that once you get to the bottom of a Kalpa, there's no way back. Oh, we just unlocked the fourth one, Ams, but we need more menorahs to get in there. Okay, so the lesson we learned here is don't use wind on these guys. Not with Demi-Fiend, anyway. For goodness sake. Alright, you know what? Let's see, actually. Let's just double check to be safe. They repel wind and light. And that's it. They're also not very smart, although I don't really have a right to talk after what I just did to myself the last time I ran into these things. Okay. Here, have a drink. You and your party were healed. Go ahead, have some more. You feeling better? Here's some more. Your party recovered some more. Here's some more. Your wallet feels really light. Bastards took my money. But that's fine, because now we actually have a way back down there, sort of. And now we can go back to Sakusa. And before we do anything else, actually, we're gonna save. Because, my god, we don't need to do that a third time. Yeah, Decahexa, they do fully recover you and they heal everything. It's just that they take a lot of money. And yeah, Robo-Badger, the fact that they didn't let you choose your demons' stats on level up in many of the early SMT games is criminal. They let you choose on your protagonist, but they don't let you choose on your demons, which is a huge hassle if you want to min-max your demon's stat gain. Because in this version, even in the remaster, where you would have thought or hoped that they'd have added some quality of life there, it's all still random and you have to save scum. Or else spend a bunch of time farming lucky tickets to up your stats manually. Yeah, Hedgehog, I think Digital Devil Saga came just slightly after Nocturne. And with DDS, since it was a spin-off of a spin-off, I think their idea was that they were going to try something a little bit different for the skill system. I think the Mantra Grid worked out okay. It definitely gave you a little bit more control over each party member's strengths and weaknesses and their skills. All right,
You want me to transfer you to where he is?
Yeah, can you?
Here we go. By the way, tell him not to linger too long in there.
Oh, we can't skip this. Bah. Everybody really hates that hat, Xiao. All right. Well, let's see how we do messing around in here. And actually, before I forget... Guess this is as good a direction as any. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Maybe north. Ah, good. Try this way. Oh, okay. You can hear a voice!
Did you find him?
No.
He may be up ahead. When you find him, get yourself out. The terminal's acting up. It's not like it should be.
You can't hear Hijiri anymore. What's with all the visitors these days? Take that human kid who wandered in not too long ago. Guy lives here now. Honestly, I don't care who comes in as long as they keep their distance. Oh, this is that grumpy guy. Planning to continue ahead, I'd turn back if I were you. Everyone who lives here hates being disturbed. If you try to force your way through, you'll run into even more trouble. Oh! Okay. That wasn't even marked. Yeah, for some reason that's not marked.
I don't want to talk to anyone. Scram!
Okay.
Society didn't shun me. I shunned society.
All right.
I don't need anyone else.
Ah. Okay. This puts us here. Let's see. No, Xiao, these are just random souls who live in the Amala network, and they hate people, and they only want to be isolated, which is pretty much what Isamu wants. Oh, okay.
I have the strength to live on my own, and that's that. Now, leave me the hell alone.
Oh, alright. Chakra drop, not bad. I guess we can only go this way now. Oh, fair enough, Xiao. I see. Huh?
I do whatever I damn well please. Nobody can tell me what to do.
Alright. Maybe this way? Yes, okay. Then I think we should be good to go now. Huh?
I think, therefore I am.
Cool. And... oh, for goodness sake. Fine. I guess we can only leave this way. Okay, so then that leads to the other branch of... alright.
To be strong is to be solitary. There is no such thing as loneliness.
Tell that to literally the entire world after the pandemic. Well, the entire world minus introverts and people like me. No problem, Sugar Crow. Thank you so much for hanging out. Go get some rest. Take care of yourself. And good luck tomorrow. Alright, we'll put that there. The trap one that you can't tell if it's trapped, hidden boss by far, because you don't lose anything by opening the chest that only has the 1 yen in it. Unless there's some other circumstance, like they make you go a really roundabout route in a really high encounter area in order to get the chest, only to find out it contains nothing. Oh, look who it is! I finally found you. I look for you. This time I kill you and feel good. For my happiness, die. Wow, you don't even want to eat me this time, huh? Lots of me. Well, nothing for it, huh? Oh, good. Cool. I learned new magic. Whoa, I eat you. Oh, okay, he does still, okay. Insufficient MP. Nothing happening, I got no power. Whoa, I drain you. Ha, good job, loser. See ya! Oh god, that was 12,000 experience? Oh, okay. We might have to go do that again, because... yeah, because the... hang on. That was a complete route, and that was like 12,000 free experience. Alright, hang on a minute. And this is why we save before our boss fights, kids. So, what do I actually want to learn, then? No mind. Yeah, probably at least Null Mind and Null Nerve. And then maybe Null Dark, although... The thing is, I want to make sure he's protected against either light or dark. And I don't want to give up Mind's Eye, because Mind's Eye is really handy on hard mode. Then again, most demons will just start off a battle with physical attacks if they back attack you, which my teams don't tend to have to worry about. Yeah, Pyjama, at the very least, you get to see what a min-max, like a completely min-maxed playthrough looks like. Yeah, you know what? We'll go Null Mind for now. And then maybe we will go for either Null Dark or Null Light, because we could get Null Light from Nirvana. Oh, although it's not ready to teach us Null Light, which is vexing. We could get Anti-Dark, but that doesn't cover weaknesses. Pyjama, the Maca grind... Let me show you how to do that, if you're not already aware of this, because grinding Maca is miserable, but there is a way that you can do it relatively quickly. So, have a look at this. I'm just going to link you the video on it, because that's the easiest way for me to explain. Hedgehog, it's obviously going to use Masakados, and probably going to be, well, it's going to be physical-oriented, but this time around I might use Magma Axis as well, so Magma Axis plus Fire Boost. But Pyjama, the way that that works is, I think it's the tunnel between the 4th and 5th Kalpa, where you go through the tunnel, and if you do it perfectly, and you get all the blue Maca and you don't get hit by anything, you can get upwards of 40,000 Maca for like a 60-second trip through the tunnel. And that's what I always used to use. In the Digital Deluxe edition of the Remaster, they give you a map, like an extra map that you can access via the Amala terminal, which takes you to basically a palette swap of Yoyogi Park that's full of Mitamas that you can kill, and they drop items that just sell for tons of money. But that's only available if you spend a ridiculous amount of money, like $70 US, on the Digital Deluxe Edition. You don't get that map in the base version of the game. So, it's not worth spending your money on the Digital Deluxe Edition, or even the base version of the game now, until they go on sale. So instead, I would just use the Kalpa Tunnel. It's 4th to 5th Knieblers, because I remember specifically having to go all the way down to the 4th Kalpa, and then go through another tunnel at the end of the 4th Kalpa first. So I hope that helps, Pyjama. It is scummy, KR. It's their way of trying to get you to buy the most expensive version of the game. It's an absolute rip, and I don't recommend that anyone does. Yeah, Pajama, I know. I've gone there to test it. According to my tests, Pajama, if you use Ribarama and you run around in the later area of that zone, you can still make a comparable amount of money per hour to what you would get from the Hell's Vault Kalpa Tunnel. It just depends on which kind of tedium you prefer. Whether you prefer regular battles, or if you prefer doing the Kalpa Tunnel minigame. It ends up being about the same, according to my calculations. Yeah, Pajama, watch the video a few times and get a feel for what you're supposed to do. Then practice the tunnel. The very first time I played this game, years and years ago, I didn't know about farming that tunnel because YouTube videos for this game were far fewer. But if you practice it and you get a feel for what to do and the timings for everything, you can get a decent completion of that tunnel down in half an hour to an hour, depending upon how well you absorb it and how much attention you pay to it when you practice. Yeah, Pajama, the earlier tunnels give you peanuts. They're worthless. It's only this one, this last one, that's explicitly designed to be farmed. But practice it a bit, try it out, and see what results you get. You might prefer the Kalpa Tunnel, or you might prefer the DLC, but the thing about the Kalpa Tunnel, though, is that it's consistent, and it's skill-based rather than relying on RNG, which the random battles in the DLC zone do. Yeah, okay, so we're going to keep this Magatama on. We're going to go for Null Mind. And in all honesty, we could even make this a little bit stupider. We could return Matador, and we could summon Archangel. Oh, and you know what? We could even... I bet it would even work if we left Isojo out and brought Power. And then just wait till you go... Oh, blast it! No, you know what? Before we do that, because part of my strategy depends upon being able to do this in New Kagutsuchi, so actually... we head over here, and we trigger this battle in New Kagutsuchi, and watch this redonkulous crap. You know what Dark Might is even more overpowered in conjunction with Pajama Day? Against a large group of weak enemies? Attack All. Check this shit out. Ah, man. 100% crit rate, Hedgehog. So, the way that this works, Hedgehog, is Dark Might and Bright Might, during their respective activation phases, they change the crit rate of your normal attack to 100%. So any normal attack that connects, its crit rate is 100%. It's guaranteed to crit. Misses are still possible, AMS, but it doesn't matter because you're doing so much damage and you're getting so many extra turns from the crits. No, unfortunately, Pajama Day, I originally, when I first played the game, I thought that the might abilities affected regular attacks as well. They do not. They only affect your standard physical attack. However, what you can do is you can teach your demons the Attack All ability. And the Attack All ability essentially extends your physical attack to all enemies. And since it is still counted as a normal attack, you do still get the benefits of Dark Might or Bright Might from it. Yeah, Pajama, you probably did. Because... And I can show you right now if you want, as long as we get lucky and are able to get into a battle before the end of New Kagutsuchi. But it does not affect physical skills. It only affects your standard attack. So we'll try... Ah, no, it was just barely too late. Oh well. Oh, good. Just what I needed. You know what? Get out. Really? Why is this Legion so tough? There we go. God! I don't remember what their strengths or weaknesses are. I want to say they absorb fire. But I think they might have some wind immunity, and I do not need that getting reflected at me. Oh, good. They use Mamuto now. Great. Okay. So we're going to put another point into Vitality. And we're going to learn Null Nerve. And these are only temporary. You've been cursed. Cool. That means we can go do some fusion. Oh, you know why, Pajama? Because that wasn't Charon Zone, that was Legion. That was a much stronger version of Charon Zone, that's why. Okay, so... we have immunity to mind and nerve. We now can put on the Magatama that nulls curse, and we've got full immunity to ailments. None of this stuff is going to be useful anyway, so... oh, that's right, we can't change it because we're cursed. Hedgehog, it prevents you from being able to change your equipped Magatama. Valentine, it's possible to do by selective fusion, just by fusing your demons together over and over, and gradually transferring better and better skills onto them. And then when you have a skill mutate or power up, you save that skill either on the demon that it ends up on to start off with, if that's where you want it, or... right, I forgot to, or you transfer it to a different demon and then fuse it onto another demon that you want to use it on later. Hey, Roland Knight, welcome! Very good. Oh, well, he had no more MP, I guess. Yes, Hedgehog. Curse also, I think somebody told you in chat exactly what it does, but basically it reverses the effects of rank up and rank down fusions, which isn't usually all that useful, except that being cursed also enables you to fuse a special type of demon called Tyrants, which you normally cannot fuse. Ah, good job. Oh, for goodness sake. You know... the Archangels, Knieblers. I forgot to cast a Stoma, is what I forgot to do. Amateur! Hello and welcome. Thank you for dropping by. Let's see. My opinion on a hamburger steak recipe. With onions and gravy. That sounds promising. By Anne-Marie Sweden. That's quite a name. Alright, let's see. Ground beef, egg, breadcrumbs, pepper, salt, onion, garlic, Worcestershire, vegetable oil, onion, all-purpose flour, beef broth. Okay, amateur, there are a couple of substitutions I would make here, if you have them. Don't use cooking sherry. Don't use any kind of cooking wine. Use a wine that you would drink, first of all. Second, if you have access to a butcher or anybody else that you can go to, like a grocery store, where you can point at a side of beef or like a cut, I would get some chuck. And I would have them grind the chuck into ground beef right there in front of you so that you know exactly what you're getting. Don't just buy regular cube steak from the store. Don't just get regular ground beef. Yeah, Pajama, but it makes it much easier to fuse tyrants when you're cursed. And I'll be able to show that when we get out of here and we can go look at the Cathedral of Shadows. Basically, I think it turns almost every non-tyrant fusion into a tyrant fusion. Oh, okay, amateur, as long as you know what cut of beef that was before it was ground. And then the wine, again, I would substitute for a drinking wine if you have one on hand. And pretty much everything else looks okay. Oh, you might substitute the vegetable oil for, like, a nicer oil. If you have one that you prefer, like an olive oil or, like, a walnut oil or an almond oil or something like that. But that's more personal preference than anything. Alright, let's see. Okay, there really is only one way we can go here, then. Wow! Still closed. Still closed. Can you help me open the gate to Sen's fortress?
You wanted to pass?
Yes?
I see.
Yeah, amateur, with the spices, it's totally personal preference. You can add or leave out whatever you want. Honestly, amateur, if you've got a little bit of chipotle powder, you might like that in this recipe. No, Future City, it did not.
What's your name?
Here's my name.
I see. Your masters. You. Solitude. You like solitude?
Yeah, in measured amounts.
You understand. Maybe. Cool.
Cool? Wow.
You live on your own?
I sure can.
I see. Keep it up. I'll live on my own, too. I am you.
What? The shadow disappeared. Also, I'm quite sure that shadow is not me. Now I'm gonna have to fight my persona. Hello, hats!
Hey, long time no see.
Yeah, it sure has been.
Don't know if you're here to help me or hurt me. But either way, it's pointless. The me who used to wander this world aimlessly is dead. I'm done with all the bullshit. What you see before you is the new me. The true master of Amala's power.
You just saw me and thought it was cool.
To be honest with you, I stopped caring about people entirely. And the moment I did, I figured out exactly how I want the world to be.
No, Hidden Boss, he absorbed the power of Amala, but by doing that, basically the power of Amala is just a bunch of souls. So he absorbed a bunch of souls, and that's why he's looking a little bit unhealthy. He also did not end up looking anywhere near as stylish as Demi-Fiend.
The way I see it, there's me and there's everyone else. Most people don't even notice I exist. They don't care about me, and I sure as hell don't care about them.
There is a certain irony there, Xiao, yes.
To me, that's neither empty nor sad. In the end, we're all in the center of our own little worlds. And isn't that the way it should be? Wouldn't you be happier in your own private sanctuary? One where you had full control. And that's what you get with my reason. The reason of Musubi. Doesn't sound like a bad deal, does it? Wouldn't it be nice to have a world to yourself?
Well, it's hard to say.
I bet you've done nothing but stumble around the Vortex world without a thought in your head. You gonna let the world keep tossing you around like a leaf in the wind?
I mean, he's not wrong about that.
Maybe you'll come to your senses if you spend some time alone.
Oh, he's gone. There is that, Haretsu.
I just saw what happened. Too bad he got away. I can go after him. That way he won't have to bother with Amala anymore.
Yeah, but that's just gonna get you killed.
Sorry, but I can't help you right now. I need to concentrate on this. If there's somewhere you want to go, don't wait for me. If not, why don't you check out Asakusa? Who knows? You might find something new.
Haretsu, maybe there are faces on the bottoms of his feet now. Systemi, that I don't know.
I'll track down our Amala resident here, so don't worry. Track him down and kick him out of the network, that is.
It did not suboptimal. It was added in the remaster. The northern part of the city is restored, and now you can go inside. But we weren't the first ones here. Well, we're still pumped up. I'm going to help restore the city, too. Alright. Well, before anything else... Pajama, you had asked about what effect being cursed has on fusion. This.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
Of course, they didn't record a line for what is your bidding, cursed one, but... Yeah, Pajama, it basically gives you a much easier time fusing Tyrants. And also, if you want to fuse Vile or Foul or any of the other races, this is how you do it, is by being cursed. I don't have a use for this right now. The only thing I would want to fuse with this is Loki. Although, I suppose it's also possible that if we... Yeah, we could make Kaiwan, but he's too high. Legion is also too high. We could make Pazuzu, but Pazuzu sucks. Succubus is also not great. Well, we could make Mothman, but Mothman also... Well, Mothman's not terrible. He's at least got 2 immunities. Yeah, our options here are pretty limited, unfortunately. We could make Nue, but Nue also kind of sucks.
All right.
Well, Pajama, you can do it normally. It just makes it a lot easier, and it especially makes it easier to fuse Tyrants if you're trying to fuse a Tyrant, and Tyrants are pretty strong. So, by contrast, Pajama, watch what happens if... Whoops, Watch what happens if we remove the curse, and then we go back to the cathedral.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
So you see how this changes? You see how now the things that we end up fusing are totally different? Sadi's alright. It'd be kind of a pain covering her vulnerabilities, but... Oh, and I guess it looks like all we can make right now is Matador. That this depends on the Kagutsuchi phase.
All right.
Oh, you did, Pajama? Then why did you ask? Why did you make me give you that whole long explanation? Oh, and actually... Actually, if we, If we learn Null Curse and then we switch to Kamudo, we'll be strong against physical attacks and we'll have ailment immunity, so that might... Oh, okay, Pajama, I see. I might not have caught that. Hedgehog, it was you who asked. Okay, thank you. My memory is... Well, you guys know what my memory is like. You know, I guess we can... I guess we can leave Murakumo on for now. Alternatively, I suppose we could... we could learn Null Ice and Null Fire, and then just go with Murakumo. No, Haretsu, the regular Might skill, even though it's considered a higher tier and the final upgrade of Bright Might and Dark Might, the regular Might skill is not good at all. What that one will do is, it doesn't give you 100% crit rate, and it doesn't really give you a very big crit boost at all. It gives you something like a 10 or a 15% crit boost, which really isn't worth the extra skill slot, and it still only applies to normal attacks. And anytime that you would want the boost from Bright Might or Dark Might, you're going to be going up against a boss anyway, so you'll be able to manipulate entering the boss fight at a point during whichever of those moon phases or Kagutsuchi phases triggers the skill. And you're going to want Dark Might regardless, because during full Kagutsuchi, demons actually get stronger. So you don't want to be giving demons a stat boost while you get your 100% crit rate. So Dark Might is preferred, because you would want to fight them during a new Kagutsuchi. So, the standard build for that, Haretsu, and I've got quite a few demons who are set up for it, but right now, Matador essentially uses it, is you want Dark Might and Focus at bare minimum, because what that will do is, during new Kagutsuchi, if you use Focus and then a normal attack, your focused normal attack is first of all guaranteed to crit, and the crit will also do 2.5 times more damage than normal because of focus. Now, the next step of that strategy is to use a setup like this, where you've got Dark Might and Focus, but you also have Attack All. So if you're fighting a single enemy, you use Focus and you get the full damage. But if you're fighting a group of enemies, like if you're fighting one of the bosses such as the Riders, where they summon minions, having the ability to use Attack All will allow you to crit not only the boss, but crit the minions as well, and get rid of the minions quickly. Future City, after a while, you start to just understand how the system works, and it becomes a matter of logic rather than of memory. So it's not about remembering how it works once you get accustomed to the ins and outs of it. It's just about the system having a certain set of logic, and once you've learned the rules of that logic, it's like riding a bicycle. Mitama Fusion, Citizen Strife. All you have to do is get a demon's stat to 20, and then you can use Mitamas to double it to 40 and max it out. Well, Xiao, other than the chance of me forgetting which enemies repel what element. And it is exactly the power of preparation, warrior. That is precisely what it is. Well, Future City, the best I can tell you is that there is a concrete set of rules to it. And that concrete set of rules is the logic. And once you learn those rules, I mean, when you know that if an enemy repels a certain element, you don't use that element on the enemy. And you know that if you're using a demon that's weak against an element, and you give that demon a null or a drain or a repel skill, it covers the demon's weakness. Stuff like that, those are hard and fast rules. So, for example, I know that if I have a demon like Xochoten here, and if he's got a weakness to force, which is the wind element, or it's what the wind element was called before it became Garu, and was just called wind, I know that if I give him the ability to drain force, which I've done here, then he will no longer be weak against force, and that'll be another element that he's totally immune to, and in fact is healed by. So it's essentially just a concrete set of logic. It does vary a little bit from game to game. Like, for example, in Nocturne, if you use an anti-ability, like it's what would have been called resist element in Persona. Like, if you were to give Xochoten anti-force, which is this game's version of resist wind, in this game, resist wind does not cancel out a weakness, whereas in the later games, the resist abilities do cancel weaknesses. So there are small variations like that, but for the most part, it's a hard and fast set of rules across the SMT games and the Persona games. And as Kniebler says, it is transferable for the most part. So, it's a fairly long answer for a relatively simple question, but there you go. Yeah, and they protect everyone in Persona 3 as well, Pajama. Not to mention, I think in Nocturne, Tetrakarn and Makarakarn only last one turn, whereas in Persona 3, I believe they last until they get used. I'm not 100% on that, but it'd be simple enough to find out. But I believe I recall that being how it works in this game. Well, Future City, everybody uses the fusion calculator. That's something completely different. The fusion calculator operates on a set of unbelievably complicated rules, and nobody remembers those rules off the top of their head. They're a league beyond just basic strengths and weaknesses and whatnot. Stuff like Mitama fusion, stuff like covering up your weaknesses, stuff like elemental affinities, and skill bonuses and resistances and synergies between traits. That stuff is fairly intuitive once you learn how it works. The fusion system, there's a reason why all those fusion calculators exist. Because nobody remembers that shit. And yes, Systemi, to a relatively limited extent, it does. Yeah, Ken, but that's a speedrunner. And he learned that, or she... He learned that because he had to. Alright, now... How close are we to leveling up? Not all that close. So what we're going to do then, is we're going to switch over to Kamudo for now. And actually, I'm trying to figure out what else I could get rid of to make room for Null Curse. I kind of regret learning Mana Drain, because I was thinking it would be nice to have later on, but in all seriousness, Mana Drain isn't going to be very useful on a physical-oriented Demi-Fiend, so... It's probably for the best that I just overwrite Mana Drain. Well, Haretsu, it did work on Elizabeth as long as you dealt the killing blow to her with it. Well, Robo-Badger, it's interesting you say that, because there are some unique moves that only Demi-Fiend can learn that other demons don't have. And some of those moves cause him to basically manifest an energy weapon in his hand and then attack with it. Like, I think Onikagura and Deathbound, for example, cause him to manifest an energy sword. And Divine Shot is basically a Hadoken, where... Yeah, Heat Wave too, and then a few of the other ones as well. I think Zero's Beat also does Haretsu. So, we'll stick with Kamudo until we've gotten a little bit more experience, and then we'll switch over. Yeah, Pajama, it's unfortunate that they cost so much of the Demi-Fiend's HP to cast. They're not very well balanced in that regard. Alright, what do we want to do here? We want to go north, and I think they cleared out... the exit on the left here. Pretty shabby. There are places we can't even get through. But we'll clean it all up. Yes, okay. Oh, you know what? And I think the junk shop might have a new Magatama now. We should go check.
Hello there. Hmm?
No, they don't.
Hey, got it.
Yeah, Knieblers, and this game doesn't even have the Arms Master or Spellmaster skills. The Mannequin Collector Shop? I don't think he's even in Asakusa. No, he's not. He's, we'd have to go to the Great Underpass. There's an evil mannequin. Oh yeah, Sakahagi. I don't remember. I think it was... Oh yeah, this one was blocked before, I think, wasn't it? Mifunashiro, right, okay. So we head out here. Hello, Demon Samurai, welcome! Because I think, yeah, this was blocked before and we couldn't get in here. Oh, okay, Astoma's already active. Hey, Hawksick, how are you doing, man? Good to see you. It's been a hot minute since we crossed paths. Thank you very much for the raid. Let me give this fine young man a shout-out. Guys, head on over and check out my buddy Hawksick. He is one of the most interesting people I have ever met on Twitch. A fascinating individual with a very curious aesthetic and an even more curious philosophy on streaming and on life, but a great guy and somebody well worth checking out. Please do yourselves a favor, head on over and follow him. And to everyone coming in to join us from the raid, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Sometimes I even play them halfway decently. How are you doing, Hawksick? How have the streams been going? Is all well, I hope? I see you've certainly picked up your momentum quickly enough. Alright, let's see. The Nihilo's nightmare system is at a standstill. Strange things are happening at Ikebukuro and in the Amala network. I wonder what's in store for us. Oh, I did, Skewer? Thank you for, oh yeah, Haretsu. Whoops. Stupid autocomplete. I mean, go check out Haretsu too. I don't think they actually even stream, but... I'm glad to hear that it's been going well, Hawk. Oh, I think we have been in here, because this is where the puzzle kid is, isn't it? Yikes, Hawk. Yeah, it's pretty hot in Germany as well, and I've got my air conditioner running during the day. The nightmare system was put to a halt by someone. Isn't that bad for the Nihilo? It sure is. But the Nihilo can get absolutely bent. Okay, yes, Hedgehog, we've already done that, fortunately. We're... the puzzle boy is over and done with. We finally restored the area. Now you can go and look around. It's full of demons, though. Yeah, well, what part of this godforsaken place isn't full of demons? Oh, there's Titan. We finally restored the area, but it's filled with demons. Oh, well, Futamimi should be ready to give his prophecy at Mifunashiro. I think I'll go there. Are you going? Eventually. Hey, what's up? What? We believe in coexistence, so there's no violence here. Really? I think in here is where we want to go. Yeah, okay. Things have been heating up in Ikebukuro lately. I heard someone saw Hikawa by the building that used to be the Mantra's headquarters. Oh, cool. I kind of do too, Pajama. The lounge in Ginza and the club in Shibuya are great places for info. Ever been to either of those? How does this demon know that? He's supposed to be just a kid. Yeah, Pajama, but you can make them stronger. Which I might actually try to do. Yeah, Hawksick, at the very least, in this version of Nocturne, they've given you the ability to choose what skills your demons inherit. But if you want to get a skill via mutation, you still have to save scum it. And you still have to save scum stat boosts on level up for your demons. Yeah, Pajama, see, that's the thing. It is possible to make them better, but you have to put in the time and the effort. Like, Sakahagi and Futomimi actually have really good resistances. They're immune to ailments and to light and dark, which makes them very well suited for moveset replacements. Hey, Psychonaut! I will tell you what I'm telling everything else, Psychonaut. The old versions of the game, you can get very cheap. Do not buy the remaster unless you can get it on sale. Because Atlas and Sega are charging way too much for it. Way, way too much. This is a 20-year-old game. It is nowhere near worth the $70 they want for the Deluxe Edition or the $40 or $50 they want for the Standard Edition. By the way, some hipster-looking guy started living in the terminal room. Is he a buddy of yours? Oh, yeah. Then you should drop by once in a while to check up on him. Take the advice of a long-time Asakusa resident. Well, thanks, Sutter Tahiko. I appreciate that. Yeah, Pajama, which then gives you skills that you can rank up to give him better moves. Yeah, that's way too much, Psychonaut. This is a 20-ish-year-old game, almost 20 years, and they didn't put anywhere near enough effort into this remaster to justify that price. Never mind the fact that they're nickel and diming you an extra $20 or $30 for the Deluxe Edition just to get access to a couple of additional maps without any other improvements in quality. So, wait for it to go on sale, Psychonaut. Do not buy it at full price. Alright, so let's go check out Ikebukuro. Yeah, Blueberry, the soundtrack, well, you know it already, but this version of the game still uses the original compressed music. And I imagine as soon as Sega or Atlas find out that people are using a mod to replace it with the uncompressed music, they're going to start issuing cease and desists to those people.
Look who we have here.
Because that's just what Sega and Atlas and Japanese companies in general do.
An unexpected actor making his way on stage. It's been a while since we last met, young man.
Psychonaut, no amount of liking a game is worth paying that much money for it. For an edition that you could just as easily get digitally. Especially not when the company pushed that game out in a rush, as they did with this. Purely motivated by greed. That's true, Xiao, but it hasn't stopped Atlas in the past. Although I think after they tried enforcing their embargo on Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal, they might have started to realize finally that it's not worth the amount of money it costs to try to enforce.
Or should I say, demi-fiend? To be frank, I've never given you much thought.
Oh, you will soon, Hikawa, believe me.
But it seems our paths were made to cross, even from the very start. I'll have you know, I accumulated enough Magatsuhi for creation the moment I destroyed the mantra. That's why I didn't bother stopping you from reaching the obelisk. Part of it was that I wanted to verify whether you were truly the demi-fiend. However, not only did you defeat my subordinates, but you single-handedly set the maiden free. The strength of the demi-fiend as written in the scripture of Miroku, it was beyond my expectations. Perhaps you might wish to cooperate in delivering Shijima to the world. Consider man's desire as a flame. When small, it is warm and comfortable. But the flame soon erupts into wildfire, devouring everything in its path and leaving only ashes in its wake. Mankind grew to covet such fire. We became dependent on its warmth and averted our eyes from its all-consuming nature.
Psychonaut, I'm just glad I could help a little bit. Keep an eye out for a sale. I don't know when or if you can expect one, but hopefully it will go on sale eventually.
Rather than blaze a path of ruin, we should lay down our fires for the world's sake.
Look, man, Prometheus gave us that crap for a reason.
By doing so, a life of repose would in turn be promised to us. What is desirable, what is undesirable? It is not man that makes the distinction. It is the world. Therefore, humans are best suited as its beacons.
And more to the point, Xiao, you shouldn't overpay for games like this, in this form.
Lights that spin quietly, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, all pulsating in perfect harmony.
Yeah, that makes sense, Haretsu. Or that, Demon Samurai.
This is the highest form of existence there can be. Do you not agree that the world should be ruled by serenity?
You're deluded.
So, you are a mere demon after all. I was wrong to think that you would understand my ideal.
Oh, I understand it perfectly, and you're crazy.
It is now time for us to part. I will not feel at ease until all this is over.
You'll feel at ease when I rip out your still beating heart.
Do you not sense something wicked in the air? Someone is scheming to ignite the ember that still glows within the remains of Gozu Tenno. I must not falter while others strive to establish their foolish reasons. It is I who will create the new world.
Psychonaut, the prices of that stuff are only going to go up as more and more developers go digital only, unfortunately. Sort of, Hedgehog, rather. Isamu wants everyone to essentially just be isolated in their own little bubble worlds, unable to interfere with anyone else. Hikawa wants conscious thought to disappear completely, and for human will and consciousness to just stop existing. Demon Samurai, the generally accepted good ending is the true neutral path, where you just, you destroy every reason, but you don't finish the Amala Labyrinth, and you don't side with Lucifer, and you express strong conviction when you're challenged on your own ideas, which results in the world after the conception just reverting back to what it was before the conception, and essentially everybody who died, everyone that you killed in the Vortex world is revived, and the world just goes on existing as it was before, and nothing changes. No problem, Pajama. Thank you for hanging out, but don't keep yourself up too late. Go rest if you need it. Well, Zia, God being unhappy about the outcome is irrelevant. Or it's no more relevant than the fact that Lucifer actually tells you, if you go that route, that it's not very different from what he would have done. Well, Justice Flame, theoretically Demi-Fiend, because if you do go the neutral ending, even though the world reverts back to normal, Demi-Fiend doesn't lose all of his powers. He retains some of them. And in fact, Lucifer tells you, if you go that route, that you should begin honing those powers because the confrontation with the Great Will is looming on the horizon. And Arkhammer makes a good point there. All right. I think we just want to go back to Asakusa now. Or no, we need to go to Mifunashiro, because we were told to go talk to Utomimi. Yeah, Xiao, the neutral ending in Nocturne is more or less tantamount to siding with Lucifer anyway. You just end up siding with him in a more indirect way that doesn't have you essentially doing his bidding or being his pawn. I think it's a fair point, Pajama. I think that Japan's idea of a happy ending is keeping things the same and not having any change. But you could also make the argument that when you look at the alternatives in Nocturne, that might be a better result. Because let's be honest, all three reasons are garbage. Musabi is garbage. Shijima is garbage. I always forget the name of the Chaos one, but that's garbage too. Like, they're terrible. They all just turn the world into either a dystopian monument to non-existence, or they fragment it into nothing, or they turn it into a chaotic, constant, like, battle royale where only the strong can survive. Yosuga, thank you, Ken. Well, Pajama, but in Isamu's ideal world, you lose your connection to anyone and everyone. It's just you, off alone in your own little mini universe. No human connections whatsoever. You know, just you essentially as the king of an empty castle. And I think after a while, even people who enjoy their solitude would go crazy. Because what Isamu's reason does not take into consideration is that even if you are an introvert, even if you prefer your solitude and you don't like other people messing with you, to light a candle is to cast a shadow, isn't it? And without other people peripherally around somewhere in the world, even if you're not near them, just knowing that you're in the same world, you know, you're on the same plane of existence as others, but separate from them, is not the same thing as being forcibly isolated from everybody and not having the ability to connect to anyone ever. You know? I feel like in order to be able to truly appreciate solitude, I guess what I'm saying is, you also need to know that there are parts of the world, the same world you live in, where lots of people are together. You know? Yeah, Pajama, nowhere have we seen a better example of that than COVID, right? I mean, even the people who enjoy being alone during the pandemic, they would be up a creek if they didn't have services like Uber Eats or DoorDash, you know, if they didn't have the internet, if they didn't have some way of staying connected to the world at large. Even if it's only indirectly or peripherally. Yeah, Hidden Boss, it just sets the cycle up to happen again. But better to keep the cycle going until you get an actual decent result than to just end the cycle for the sake of ending it and get a result like Yosuga. Or even Shijima. And then there's also what's considered the bad ending in Nocturne, which is if you go the neutral route and you do everything the same, such that you would otherwise get the neutral ending where the world just goes back to being what it was before the conception. If the answers that you give to certain questions by people like Aradia over the course of the game are fearful answers rather than confident answers, then the version of neutral that you get is you beat Kagutsuchi, and the second phase of the conception where the world is recreated just never happens, and it stays the Vortex world, which is just a purgatory filled with demons. And that's essentially a variation of the neutral ending that I don't think there'd be too much debate about that being bad. Yeah, Hidden Boss, that's the trick, isn't it? Is that it seems like in games where this is a major issue that the player faces, like where this is a choice you have to make, it still ends up being a non-choice more often than not, because neutral doesn't change anything, but the options you're given that aren't neutral are way too extreme. You know, in this case, it's either Yosuga, which is just everybody slaughtering each other all the time, or Shijima, which is you completely lose any form of conscious thought or free will, or Musubi, which is no more human connections ever. So everybody loses a fundamental part of what makes them human. Yeah, Xiao, I feel like a lot of game developers fall into the trap of writing extremes, so they don't give the player anything really to think about. The player defaults to the neutral ending more often than not, just because the alternatives are horrendous, you know? And there is one thing Japan is very bad at with their writing, both in manga and games and, you know, in anime, whatever, and that is subtlety. They are not good at subtlety. They like to pretend to be subtle, but their idea of subtlety is just foreshadowing everything so heavily, so far beforehand, that you can't not know what's about to happen, and then they turn around and act coy about it, like they actually expect somebody to be fooled. So their writing has all the subtlety of a freight train to the face, and then they go and tell you, what freight train? You didn't see a freight train.
Everyone, listen to me. What I am about to say is critical to our future.
I love how all of the mannequins are just copy-pasted NPC models, so they all spasm in perfect unison.
Each one of you has worked hard for our peace, ever since we escaped from the mantra. But another power is being born that can potentially bring our efforts to naught.
Hey, nobleman!
Yes, it's happening in Yoyogi. This evil power will take form at Yoyogi Park. Right now, it is but a mere shadow. However, when it takes form, it will have enough power to change the face of the world.
Freaking Sakahagi, man.
Yoyogi? What evil power?
Rabble, 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 rabble.
But we should not fear this. We have learned to work together. If we join forces, we will be able to fight this evil power. Let us work harder and prepare for that time. We will not fall to the power that is brewing in Yoyogi Park.
No, you'll fall to the power that's brewing in Ikebukuro.
The future is there for us to change. We will create our own path. There will be an end to our journey. A world where we are free from suffering. Yes, the world of mannequins will surely come.
Hello, Tyrannex, welcome. Thank you for dropping by. Okay, I don't think we can actually do anything here yet. We can try, but I'm pretty sure... yeah. We can't go in, so... Futomimi mentioned Yoyogi Park. There must be something important there. I was so wrapped up in Futomimi's words, I completely forgot. I need to restore the city. Gotta head back. Alright, so I think it's gonna be back to Asakusa now. Actually, it's interesting because I've been to Asakusa in real life. I've been to that part of Tokyo, and oh...
What's up? Find out anything interesting?
Sort of.
I heard you can't get inside the Mantra HQ right now. Naturally, that's the mannequins all worried. Could be the work of former Mantra members. But I doubt they'd try anything without a leader. Which reminds me, I've heard talk about Futomimi as of late. Maybe those mannequins are up to something themselves.
I've been to Asakusa in real life, and there's actually a pretty cool restaurant there. Or there was in 2009. It was called Ninja Asakusa, and it's one of those theme restaurants that they love so much in Japan. It's a ninja-themed restaurant. Fun place! Psychonaut, let's find out. It is 1:15. Alright, and actually, before we move on, I need to readjust my party comp because... we're gonna want Kurama Tengu. Yeah, okay, he does have Debilitate. We are also going to want Sarasvati. And we need a damage dealer, so I think... Zochoten should do, because this is going to be another boss fight with, ads. Psychonaut, I take it you're in the UK. Yeah, I'm in Berlin, so Central European time. Psychonaut, I don't get excited about games. There are games that I'm interested to play, but I've learned my lesson enough times with getting excited or hyped up about a game that I don't do it anymore. I am interested in playing the Legend of Mana Remaster. I hope it's better than Square's other remasters, and I may or may not actually finish it, but... other than that, Horizon Forbidden West. And that's pretty much it. I don't really... There's not an awful lot I'm interested in. Oh, okay, Psychonaut, I see. Right, matter of fact, I think... Nope, okay. Neither am I, Citizen, but I feel like it's something that I should at least investigate and let people know. Because it's a game that I played on YouTube years ago. I played the PS1 version of the game. And it was, in fact, one of the first Let's Plays I ever did as a content creator. Yeah, okay, we're gonna... I did that a little too early. I thought the encounter was gonna be out there, but I guess it's over here. Fortunately, on the world map, time passes more quickly, so... Nobleman's somewhere near 50 or 55%, maybe a little more. Alright. Oh, for goodness sake. Wait a minute, did I go the wrong way? Might have gone the wrong way. Huh? A world created by mannequins? I'm scared of Sakahagi, so I'll stay like this for a while longer. Okay, this was apparently not the right way. Wait a minute, maybe I haven't, maybe I missed a rider.
Futo Mimi.
Okay. I don't think I did, though. We had the other 3 candelabrum. Hang on, was it in here? Maybe it was in here. Oh, it might have been in there, actually. So I was gonna say, I know we defeated all the other riders. Pretty sure. We fixed up the area past those doors. Use it if you're going to Ueno or Asakusa Tunnel. Okay, that's... yeah, it's in here we have to go. Okay, Pajama, good night. Take care. Thank you for hanging out today. Have a good one. We'll catch you later. All right. Yes, there it is. It was in here. The flames are flickering wildly. There's an evil power at Yoyogi Park, I hear. But we worked hard together to build this city. We'll beat down any evil power that comes our way. Well, good luck. Blast it all. Well, now we need to run around in circles again. I guess it's around that corner. Good night, Pajama. Rest well. Man, if only there was some sort of item you could use to change the phases of Kagutsuchi. I think it's in this section of the hall, actually. There we go. Yes, we will stay here. Hey, I'm 3 out of 3 so far, Betty. You better watch it.
Can a human with the strength of a demon overcome the inevitable fate of death?
Probably, I don't know. Let's find out.
I shall pass final judgment on you. Behold, the land of the dead. It encroaches from before you and behind you.
This is literally the same battlefield I fought all the other fiends in.
Beware, or it will engulf you in an instant.
Oh, that's right. These bastards. So what we want to do here is we want to debilitate these idiots. Aratos, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. 64 months. Jeez. Right, and we want to just drain all their mana. All of it. Okay, so there goes the last of his MP. And you know what, actually, I should have brought... Well, we can switch Zochoten out for Momonofu, actually. That shouldn't be an issue. Because now these stupid losers won't be able to, they won't be able to keep spamming debilitate. Ha! Good job, idiots. I don't think they can serve bot. I think it takes MP for them to use that skill. Alright, and anyway, if they're fully debilitated, their explosion either will miss or it won't do any damage. So now we can switch Momonofu in for Zochoten, since Momonofu is single target, and that's why I keep him around. Ha! And now they've just lost all their turns. I think we can get one more debilitate, actually. Oh, no, they're at the limit already. I don't remember what... Servbot, I think they might use Kamikaze or Sacrifice. I don't remember if those are HP skills as well. Yeah, there we go. See? Now there's nothing these poor sods can do to us. Look at that, 179 MP. I mean, he uses pretty much exclusively physical skills anyway, but... at this rate, he ain't gonna have much MP left. So what we can do is we can give ourselves Makakaja to drain even more MP. And just to make sure that these guys don't have any MP left. Nope, they don't. Okay. God, I love watching them try to use these skills. Just absolute futility. 238 MP. More Makakaja. You know what? We're just gonna have Momonofu pass. Let's see if we can actually drain all of Pale Rider's MP. He's got thousands, but that shouldn't matter. We're taking like 300 each time. And the amount of damage he's doing now that he's fully debilitated is puny. Now I'm just curious to see if we can actually drain all his MP before he dies. God, just ridiculous. I agree, Dr. Servbot, and this is how I like to play SMT. And, you know, just video games in general. Yup, there goes all his MP. Oh, I love it. I just love it. Look at these idiots. Well... now that he's got nothing left to throw at us... yeah, 0 MP. That's how about we start getting some Tarukaja? And while we're at it, we can swap in... oh, wait, no. Oh, already in effect. Okay. Okay, I guess we're not swapping anybody in. Bye. And he's still trying to cast Dormina. I'm guessing that since he's not trying to use Kamikaze or whatever self-destruct skill he has, he doesn't have enough MP to do so. Well, see ya. Magnus, but it still costs them MP to drain your MP. Even Mana Drain is 2 MP. So, if you drain them till they have 0 MP, they can't even use their MP draining skills anymore. Although it's still kind of impractical to do that, but... Hang on, let me just make a stream marker, because I think I'm going to make a highlight of this. There we go. And Magnus, if you can stack Debilitate on the enemy team 4 times, and then 4 Sukukajas on your party, the enemy's MP draining skill is just going to miss all the time anyway. Yeah, it happens, KR. Alright, 2,500 to next level, so we should probably switch over now. Then again, Mana Drain was nice to have during that fight, but looking at the amount of damage it did, even with all the other, buffs and debuffs that we deployed, it still stole a very small amount of MP compared to Life Drain, and I don't believe Demi-Fiend can learn Life Drain. That evil power, it's him, definitely him. Yes, Dong Harvey. He was, sadly. Well, Hedgehog, it's not that they scale, it's that... Oh, here we go. This is going to be the junk shop, I think. It's that we'd fully debilitated the enemy team, which meant full Rakunda, meaning they take more damage. And we got a bunch of Makakaja on us, meaning our spells dealt more damage. And Ultima, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Ta-da! Sorry, I've always wanted to say that. You remember me? I'm the collector mannequin. I finally opened my own shop. Take your time and look around. Since you helped me out before, I'll sell to you at wholesale. Well, thanks, buddy.
Welcome. Well.
You're pretty cool. What do we got? Muscle drinks, revival beads, sacred water. Oh, you can buy chakra drops from him. And yeah, here are those freaking Magatama. Hey, do you like overpriced Magatama? I sure don't. I'm gonna probably just farm for these off camera and deal with them later. Kamarogi is physical. Vimana is also physical. I think Vimana is where you get Zero's beat. I don't 100% remember. And then Sophia is healing, and healing is worthless on Demi-Fiend. So we'll have to come back later for these. However...
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah. Well. Oh. Yeah. Well.
This will be a nice little chunk of change for us to use.
Yeah. Well.
And I'm probably going to keep the spyglass despite the fact that it sells for 50,000, because you can get that amount of money much more easily later. Well, Citizen Strife, the reason they're a lot of money, and let me show you why, is because if we go to config, we go to, where is it? We go to difficulty and set it to normal, and then we go back in, and we check those prices again. Now they're a little bit more reasonable. This is one of the really stupid artificial things that hard difficulty does, is it's just, hey, I hope you like paying 3 times as much money for anything from a shop.
What do you want?
And that's how these games used to be designed. That's typical JRPG for you. Whoops, not load. We don't want to do that. JRPGs were designed this way, just with lots of artificial difficulty and not really any additional thoughtful challenge when you increase the difficulty setting. And fortunately, they've gotten a little bit better about that sort of thing. If you go south from the exit up ahead, you'll reach Yushima Station. There's a giant hole there. We call it the Asakusa Tunnel. Okay. Well, Xiao, but there are better ways of doing that. For example, you can make it so that the shop doesn't carry those healing items until a little bit later in the game. Because if you wanted to stock up on those healing items, yeah, you could just farm them from enemies anyway. Like, all these life stones, these are not buyable. This is an enemy drop. And they drop frequently enough that you can just stockpile them by farming. And even the beads and whatnot, these are still sometimes dropped by enemies as well. So there are better ways to do that than to just increase the prices of that stuff early on. Hedgehog, I am not a fan of limited inventory space. That's something developers tend to go way overboard with, and they don't tend to understand balancing it very well at all. Look at Bloodborne. Fun was here. The game does allow you to change the difficulty while playing. Yes. So it kind of defeats the purpose in a way, doesn't it? Yeah, no, limited inventory is not the answer. The answer is just better balance. Oh, wait a minute, I missed a door. Like, if you don't want people being able to stockpile healing items from a shop early on, just don't add the healing items to the shop until a little further in. There's a temple on the north side of Ueno, but you can't get in, so there's nothing to see. Nobleman, one of the very few examples of limited inventory done in a halfway rational way is As Your Dreams. In As Your Dreams, and for those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's a very, very little known Konami title that later kind of became a cult classic. I've got a playthrough of it on YouTube if people are interested. But basically, you have a limited like a hard limit of 20 items in your primary inventory in As Your Dreams. Unfortunately, you have storage that allows you to store more. However, you can only take 5 items with you into the dungeon. And here's a link to the playlist if anybody is interested. And basically the way it works is you can take 5 items into the dungeon with you, including weapons, equipment, and familiars, like your monster allies. You can bring 5 in with you, or you can bring none in with you if you're really a badass, but you then have, if you bring in 5, you've got 15 inventory spaces to work with. And your goal then is to get through a 40-floor dungeon, minus a couple of floors that have no enemies on them because they're special areas, with 15 inventory spaces. And if you find items that you want to bring back and you run out of inventory space before you get to the end, well, boo-hoo. Time to warp out, go back to town, stash those items, and start over from the beginning. But the way that that game was balanced, it wasn't actually terrible, because when you got strong enough and you got good enough equipment and your monsters got high enough in level, you could go through the entire dungeon with only your weapon and shield, a couple of monsters, and a healing item for your monsters to recover their HP and MP. And that would be enough to get you through all 40 floors of the tower up to the very top. But that's pretty much the only case I can think of off the top of my head where limited inventory was done well. Almost every other situation I've ever encountered it in, it's been just stupidly balanced. Either balanced way too heavily in the player's favor, or balanced to make the game miserable to play because it was so unfavorable. And yeah, Xiao, for the most part, I agree. Limited inventory is a very specific mechanic where the game should be built around it, and most of the kinds of games that are pretty much just survival horror. It didn't, Hidden Boss, and it wasn't DS, it was the Game Boy Advance. There was a Game Boy Advance version of Azure Dreams that had a lot of the same monsters, and it had a couple of interesting systems added to it, but because it was a GBA game, it had a lot of systems cut that were in the original. But if you're looking for an Azure Dreams style game, I always forget the name of this, but it's the... I think it's one of the Shiren the Wanderer games. I believe it's called The Tower of Fortune and the Dice of Fate. It's got just a stupidly long Japanese name, because they love to make these names long, or they make them long when they get translated to English. But this game is kind of a spiritual successor to Azure Dreams. It has a lot of similar systems in gameplay, although it does have some marked differences as well. It's not made by Konami, but if you enjoyed Azure Dreams, it's the kind of game you'd probably like. But as a general rule, that limited inventory crap is poison in an RPG. Any kind of RPG, honestly. Action RPGs as well. Again, Bloodborne comes to mind with the just stupidly insufficient quantities of really important items that you were able to carry. Especially when the throwing arcs on a lot of those items were made so that you practically couldn't hit anything with them anyway. Alright, well, in any case. Xiao, the worst part of Bloodborne was the Chalice dungeons. Good night, Psychonaut. Have a good one. Take care. Blood Vials, eventually, they gave you the ability to buy those, Xiao. But the Chalice dungeons were where you had to farm them or farm the souls to buy them. And that was the worst. I saw Sakahagi earlier. He went down the hall. Oh, and he didn't slice and dice you. That's impressive. Okay, that's the exit. Ah, geez, Psychonaut, thank you. I don't know if I deserve that, but have a good night, Psychonaut. Take care of yourself. Yeah, Hedgehog, because of Elixir Syndrome, right? You never want to use them, you always want to stockpile them. And that's one of the problems with having a limited inventory, is because if you have a limited inventory in an RPG, then that actually gives you a legitimate reason to have Elixir Syndrome. Whereas if you can carry 99 of an item, as long as that item isn't miserably difficult to get or limited acquisition, then fine, you know, use it when you need it. But if you can only carry a couple of them to begin with, then you not only have the problem of Elixir Syndrome being legitimate and a reasonable consideration, but you now also have the problem of, what if I find one that I don't have room for? Okay, this I think is Bondo's Shrine. Yep, okay. Yeah, Xiao, and in the beginning of the game, when they're hard to come by, it is annoying. There is a temple. The temple is sealed with a powerful spell, which you can break once you have all the Magatama. The temple up north is there to seal the Kimon of Tokyo. But what's a Kimon? They're the 4 heavenly kings, is what they are. And aren't we supposed to be able to get into the station here? Maybe? Maybe not. Oh, and we can't even get onto the tracks. I mean, come on, it's not like the trains are running. Or like they have anywhere to run. We can't get onto the highway either. Oh, well, that's why. Right, where do we want to go? Yushima Station, okay. What's this? This is... Oh, that's where we came from. Asakusa Tunnel. And there is definitely some blood over here. Aha! All right. Nothing wrong with that, nobleman. There's no shame. Reading is good, too. I just do most of my reading online now. There's no response from the mannequin. You know, it's weird that even though these guys are made out of clay, they also, for some reason, seem to contain blood. Oh, cool. Great. I'm pretty sure we want to go that way. Yeah, we basically want to follow the trail of dead or dying mannequins. Just a while back, Sakahagi went to Yoyogi. Thank goodness it was dark. It's not red clay, Haretsu. You explicitly see it a number of times, and it's brown-gray clay. Yeah, that dude's dead. Magatsuhi doesn't pool on the ground, though, Hedgehog. Okay, that's damage. Oh, and it looks like we're going to need... Believe it or not, Tyrannex. Oh, good, a mystic chest. You know what? Screw it. A bead chain, okay. Because I don't remember if we're heading toward Full Kagutsuchi or away from it. Ah, well, okay. We were heading toward. 50-50 shot. They do, Hidden Boss. And I believe they actually provide a tiny bit of light in a totally dark area. Oh, you know what else? Okay, very good. Ah! Oh, 3 titans. Oh no, whatever will I do? Oh, heavens me. I'm in so much trouble now. Okay, this is the Magatama we want on level up, so that's fine. Oh, good. Great. Okay, hang on, because I think there was another path up top as well that we didn't take. And this looks like it might be progress. Ah, wonderful. Even more wonderful. Alright, let's see. What about this one? Yeah. Huh? Wait, what? Okay, this was a whole lot of nothing. Oh, he's weak to fire. Cool. Alright, so this was just a dead end. Maybe we went the wrong way. Oh, okay. Maybe we did. Let's try the other set of tracks. You know what? See ya. I'm taking the MP and leaving. Okay, we've only got one way from here. Oh, hey, Bone Score, welcome! Thank you very much for the raid, Bone Score. How are you doing? And hello everyone joining us through the raid. My name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. $8,000 Maka. Okay, that's not bad. Glad to hear that, Bone Score. Yeah, I had a bit of a silly start, but all seems to be well now that I am not accidentally having skills repelled back in my face. Outis, let me answer that question with a link. Here we go. All right, here it is. There. So, this will answer your question. Well, Hidden Boss, I one-shotted myself, as it were. A little bit earlier, I got all the way through the third Kalpa in the Amala Labyrinth, and then, like an idiot, I had Demifiend cast Tornado on a bunch of Yatagarasu, and it reflected off of them and killed him. because I forgot they were that they repelled wind. But after that, when I got back in my groove, things started going better. Alright, so that's all there is up here, it looks like. Meaning we were going the right way before. The noises these things make, man. Okay, so we wanted to go in the second one. That's nice. Okay, this is the correct one. And I guess there's really only one way we can go here. Well, Hedgehog, I would have been able to make do without it. I would have just fused something like it at a lower level. But it's nice that you can get it as early as you can, because it is pretty handy. The only problem is, if you don't bother exploring the Amala Labyrinth right away, as soon as you gain access to it, and I have a sinking feeling a lot of people probably don't think to when they play this game for the first time, it's really easy to miss that Pisaka, especially considering how it's kind of hidden away and buried in the first Kalpa, and you just never find it. No, KR, that's not till the very end of the game. That's not till the 5th Kalpa of the Amala Labyrinth, and that's a long way off yet. A vicious-looking mannequin passed by a short while back. After that, a female human came following behind. Strange, because it's usually so empty here. Okay, well, we're not going that way. Hedgehog, I'm pretty sure you can buy it no matter what your level is. You just need the money. Don't quote me, though. My memory on that's a little fuzzy. Honestly, KR, it wouldn't be any help down here because the tracks are blocked. You wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Nope, nothing over here. Yoyogi Park is the place that all the fairies are guarding. That vicious mannequin won't be able to do anything just by himself. Unless he forges an alliance with them and convinces them to help him. Oh, he did, Hedgehog? Maybe I'm misremembering then. Ha! 5,000 Maka. Usually if they give you a path around into an out-of-the-way area like this, there's a reason why. Not always, but often. Alright. Oh, hello. Mayday, mayday! Everyone here's been brainwashed! Oh, really? A vicious-looking mannequin walked into the construction site. He locked the door, too, so the fairies that were outside are in a pan- They can literally fly over the wall! That's ridiculous. Hey, Cobra! Dang, Sakahagi put everyone under a spell and slipped inside the premises. Can't believe he did that so effortlessly. I mean, trolls in this game are weak against mind, so not a big surprise there. God damn that Sakahagi! That human in the southern room is one of his lackeys, I'll bet. Alright, well, let's use the save terminal anyway. Ah, good, and it's a large one, so we can warp as needed. He does kind of look a little high, doesn't he, KR? And Xiao, I never get lost. Except when I can't find out, I can't find my way to where I'm supposed to go. Rolls, welcome back! Thank you so much for the resub! Life got in the way. I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope everything is okay. But regardless, I'm glad to see you. Yeah, Outis, we just finished the third Kalpa at the beginning of the stream. Oh, you have rolls. Oh, look who it is.
Nice to see you. I had a feeling you'd be here. I assume you know the reasons so many have gathered here.
No, KR. Yoyogi Goen is a park close to the center of Tokyo. It's one of the largest public spaces in the city. And mostly it's just kind of open land where people can go to hang out. There are some basic facilities there, like restrooms and whatnot.
In this park lies a power that can change the world. While I have the chance, let me apologize for disappearing right after you rescued me. You can thank my goddess for that. Sometimes she just does as she pleases. Thanks to Hikawa and his obelisk, I ended up losing most of my power. But on the bright side, I now have a goddess to protect me. Guess every cloud has its silver lining.
Yeah, a powerless fraud of a goddess. Hey, fantastic Rolls! Congratulations! I'm really happy for you, man. That's awesome. GG, I really hope you end up being happier at that job than at your current one. Keep me posted, yeah?
As for Hikawa, I will never let him use me again. And I won't let him be the one to shape the new world. What he envisions is a world where the thread of time is spun unerringly, without change. You can't call that a world. It's just wasted space, totally devoid of power. To restrain our unborn world like that would be a travesty.
I imagine you are,
As the one
Rolls.
responsible for the destruction of the old world, it is my duty to shape the new one.
As the one responsible for the destruction of the old world, you can't be trusted to shape the new one, Yuko.
The world cannot remain in a state of chaos, nor can it fall prey to Hikawa's ambitions. But as it stands, there's not much I can do. Even though my goddess has spoken to me, she has yet to reveal her reason.
Yeah, because she doesn't have one.
Let me fill you in on what's happening in the park. It all centers around the Yahiro no Himorogi. It's a stone that's filled with an enormous amount of Magatsuhi. It grants its possessor tremendous power. Word spread that the stone is somewhere in Yoyogi Park, and now everyone is trying to claim it for their own. I'm not interested in Magatsuhi, but the stone is rumored to have the power to control even gods. Once I have that power, I'll be worthy of receiving my goddess's reason. However, the stone is currently in someone's possession. I'm not sure who, but I can sense a terrible power emanating from them. Their power is so strong that I wouldn't stand a chance against it. But I think you would. If I promise to give you the Magatsuhi contained inside, will you get the Yahiro no Himorogi for me?
Consider it done.
Thank you. You have no idea how big a help that is. By the way, you couldn't get into the park before, right? Then take this. It's the key to that locked door.
Why do you have that?
Thanks. Please bring me the Yahiro no Himuro. There's no one else I can turn.
That's it, huh?
See you later. I'll be right here waiting for you.
She does have one hidden boss, but the goddess that she thinks is supporting her is a powerless fraud. And doesn't that... Oh, dear. Hang on a minute. Rolls! Jeez, you didn't have to do that, man. Thank you so much for the $25 donation, Rolls. Rolls says... It's a celebration, thanks for the kind words, and the game choice is making the night even better. If we ever meet stateside, just buy me a lobster roll. Lol, no mayo. Yeah, you know what? I don't buy people lobster rolls who ask for mayo on their lobster rolls, so... Yeah. Thank you, Rolls. I seriously appreciate the donation. And I don't know about crossing paths stateside. The pandemic is still not over and done with yet, but... And as a matter of fact, I actually just received an email from Penny Arcade inviting me to apply for an online badge to PAX East Online. Hello, ghoulish friend. Welcome. Yeah, Rolls, but people, especially in the United States, seem to be refusing to get them. Here in Germany, it's just that nobody can get them. Well, look who we have here, a puny-looking stick boy. Jack-o'-lantern, I'll have you know, this puny-looking stick boy could snuff you like a candle. Alright, Pixies, you know what to do. Artista, I've honestly never been to an online Penny Arcade event. I have no idea what it would even be like. It sounds as though they're handling it at least partly through Discord, which is going to be kind of weird, and it's mainly a networking opportunity, which is not really among any of the reasons why I attend. I typically attend to film content for my channel, and to kind of just report on the event a little bit, and to attend the game reveals, and the different booths, and to do more of the physical in-person activities. I'm not really so much there for networking. Well, that's part of what I go there to film. Rolls is not just at the event, but also around the city. But if it's going to be done online, then that's off the table, unfortunately. And I don't know if I'm going to bother requesting a badge this year. Because getting a badge to an online event like PAX is basically just a really complicated and unnecessarily obtuse way of watching trailers for those games when they're released on YouTube. So, I feel like, I mean, I don't know that I would be flying to America anyway at this point in time just because of the pandemic, even if PAX were going on in person. I'm fully vaccinated now, but now that Delta variant of COVID has been confirmed in all 50 states. So, and that's the one that's resistant to the vaccines we currently have. So, now's not the time. Or it wouldn't be the time even if PAX were being held in person. You think we're scared of you? We'll bump you right on out of here. Rolls, the short answer is, I don't have any. Until we actually see some gameplay, other than just little clips of it in the trailer, I don't really have anything to add on Elden Ring that I haven't already said. Yeah, Magic Dolphin. I believe it originated in India, this particular strain. It's called the Delta strain. And it is... Unfortunately, the current vaccines are a fair bit less effective against it than they are most of the other strains. Be careful, the fairies have all gone crazy. If you get too close to one without thinking, you'll be teleported somewhere else. Oh, very good, Zorza. How is it? If you have any pictures of it, please post them in the library on my Discord. I would like to see how it came out. better with than without Ultima, but it's a lot less effective against the Delta variant than it is against the others. And Rolls, thank you so much for the gift sub to Magic Dolphin. I really appreciate that. All of that support. You really don't need to do all of this, but I'm grateful that you have. Alright, let me go save. Oh yeah, there's nothing quite like the smell of a new book, Zorza, that's true. Matter of fact, let me just... one more time just to be sure. I do too, Rolls. It's really inconvenient, and the only reason it originally existed was as a cover for the save duration on the PS2. No, it shouldn't, Rolls, but you missed the whole conversation about that earlier, where we talked about how this remaster is really very lazy and rushed. And the only reason it's even in the halfway acceptable state it's in now is because people screamed at Atlas and Sega for the unacceptable condition that it was originally released in. All right, everyone. So at this point, I'm looking at our uptime, and I'm realizing now why I'm getting hungry, which is that I haven't eaten since lunch. So I think this is probably... oh, it was... look it up, Audis. It was just in an unacceptable state. They hadn't even added the ability to choose the skills your demons inherited. There were issues with crashing. There were issues with lag, with hanging. It was a mess. It was really, really rushed. So I'm going to take the opportunity to call it here. However, we are going to go raid a very good friend of mine who actually has just become able to start streaming again. We're going to go raid Major Monotone. He is playing some Dark Souls 2. I don't know why. But please stick around for the raid, because if you guys don't already know Monotone, you are going to really like him. He's one of the most chill, relaxed, laid-back people you will ever meet. And just a fantastic, fantastic guy. So, thank you all very much for joining me. I apologize to those of you who've just gotten here. But I will be streaming again tomorrow, so hopefully I will catch some or all of you then. Good night, everybody. Take care of yourselves, and I look forward to seeing all of you next time.